Aber hiermit herzlich willkommen zu Teil 4, hoffentlich dem letzten, muss ich zugeben, weil irgendwann muss das Spiel wieder aus dem Programm raus. Ich meine, ich spiele es total gerne, aber will ich halt schon fertig werden mit dem Spiel. Oh, cool. Das ist natürlich sehr praktisch. Das Ding, das eigentlich über allem liegen sollte, das Chatfenster, funktioniert nicht hier. Ach, wunderbar. Egal. Gut, dann habe ich halt. Ich habe übrigens eine Bring mir was von Baumwollseil mit an den Kopf geworfen bekommen. Ah. Ja gut, ich glaube Baumwollseil kannst du jetzt auch wieder ohne Termin tatsächlich in Laden besuchen. Von daher durchaus möglich. Durchaus möglich, das zu machen dann. So, ich muss nochmal eben... Also noch morgen Montag hin. Michael freut sich, wenn du hinkommst. Sagst ihm liebe Grüße von mir. Und vielleicht komme ich am Montag mit. Könnte natürlich... Stimmt, ich könnte natürlich auch am Montag mitkommen. Oh Gott, warum lagst du? Ähm... Hm. Ja, wisst ihr denn noch, was ich gemacht habe? Like, damn? I have no idea. Also ich war vermutlich wieder am Dinge klauen. Aber... Hm. Okay. Bisher ist hier in diesen kleinen Mietsdingern nichts drin. Wie spannend das. Aber ich muss auch sagen, das ist immer noch so ein bisschen schade an die Outer Worlds, dass es so gar kein... Also wenn ich jetzt hier drin stehe und die Drohne sieht mich hier sieht beim Vorbeifliegen, wie ich hier drin bin. Das ist der total Bums. In anderen Spielen gäbe es halt so ein, Moment mal, du darfst da nicht sein oder so. Aber nee, das ist der total egal. Sagt so, ah, guck mal, die Tür war vorhin nicht offen. Jetzt ist sie offen. Seltsam. Und dann fliegt sie weiter. Das ist so. Das ist total. Das ist der Wumpe. Naja, Punisher mache ich sofort. Ich hoffe, du trinkst auch was. Cheers also. Hm. Guck, aber hier gibt es dann so Dinge. Na, weil ich meine, die haben das eingebaut. Nur nicht für alles. Und irgendwie ist gerade Chrome gestorben. Das finde ich auch total cool. Ja. Ähm. Okay, wisst ihr was? Ich glaube, wir müssen mal ein paar Dinge noch zumachen. Zum Beispiel, äh, ich bin ja nicht so Fan, wenn so Unsinn passiert. Boah, ey. Ich glaube, dem PC ist einfach zu warm. Ihm einfach zu warm heute. Er hat keinen Bock mehr. Den ganzen Unsinn hier. Wie kommt ihr denn bisher mit der Hitze zurecht? Mir ist heute nicht so warm. Ja, das ist die andere Frage. Deswegen. Wer kommt denn von euch ganz gut damit zurecht hier? Mit dem Spiel. Mit dem Spiel. mit der neuen Wärme, die wir jetzt gerade die letzten paar Tage haben. In Aachen sind es 22 Grad und Regen. Das ist scheiße schwül. Ja. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie viel es hier hat. Viel zu wenig flauschende Hitze. Ja. Hm. 28 Grad in Karlsruhe. Ist gut, dass du weißt, wie warm es bei mir ist. Aber ich nicht. Das finde ich gut. Das ist gut. So. Ach ja. Das ist ein scheiß fucking Issue, was das Leo war. Ist auch wichtig, dass du ihm das dann noch ein paar Mal für die Augen führst. Ganz wichtig. Muss ihm noch so zwei, dreimal sagen. Das weiß er. Gut. Ach ja. Wie sieht's denn bei den anderen im Chat aus? Okay, cool. Hier wird mir angezeigt, dass mein Stream offline ist. Was? In Magdeburg sind es übrigens 29. Ah, Leo hat noch eine Klimaanlage. Nice. Okay. Ich habe nur einen großen Deckenventilator. Eventuell hört, also genau, falls ihr den im Hintergrund hört, dann sagt nochmal Bescheid, dann kann ich da noch Dinge tun, aber ansonsten bin ich gerade sehr glücklich, dass er existiert und mir hier dein Zimmer 23,5. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. So. Ach ja. Hm. Irgendwie habe ich hier ganz viele Fenster offen, die gar nicht mehr offen sein sollten. Und ich glaube, das frisst Ressourcen, seltsamerweise. Ach ja, genau, das war ja das, diese. Ich habe so ein dummes Problem. Und zwar, habe ich einen Key bekommen für ein Spiel, das ich hier nicht einlösen kann, weil ich in Deutschland sitze und in Deutschland gibt es das Spiel nicht zu kaufen. Das ist so das dümmste Problem, das ich, glaube ich, in letzter Zeit so hatte. Aber wir hatten doch darüber geredet, weswegen sie den Spargel geklaut hatten. Gemüse. Hallo Franzi, schön, dass du da bist. Erinnerst du dich nicht mehr, Nina? Bitte sag mir, dass du dich erinnerst. Aber 300 Kilo. Naja, können ja gleich mehrere Leute damit versorgen. Ist nicht? Mit dann real ein bisschen Zeit verbringen. Mach das, mach das. Viel Spaß mit denen. Äh, okay, ich glaub, das hier. Hm. Nein, das Internet ist hakelig. Ja. Hab mich schon gewundert, wann das passiert. Weil wenn man online ist, dann, also wenn man mobil online ist, dann passiert das schnell mal. Leider, leider. So. Okay, wir probieren es jetzt mal so. Vielleicht funktioniert das jetzt besser. Sagte es und ruckelte wieder. ...105 Hacking. Ja, komm, das kriegen wir hin. Dialogue Skill. Medical. Stealth.
What the?
Shipping manifests. Rat King. Some crates unmarked. 2 canister of cacao milk. Package in market. Unwrapped in brown paper. Going to move to shipping yard. 2443 for safekeeping. Nana Spanker. 258. Lost the missing Lilanas. Should the captain and return asking about the accessive date if you don't know what they're talking about. Sublighter. Sent her back with Spectrum enough to drown most of Fallbrook. But payment was a little light. Talk to the best boss about this. Okay. Das heißt, wir haben jetzt das hier gemacht. Dann können wir mal mit diesem Typen hier reden gleich. Ja. Mitnehmen. For free. Ah.
You one of the new workers? A lost tourist? Wait, I don't care. Just don't knock anything over.
I've got a couple questions for you.
Hey, if it meant I could ignore my work, I'd let you talk to me about sprat reproductive practices. Ask away.
How do you manage shipping yards?
This terminal makes it pretty easy to match a ship's cargo to its manifest. If it ain't on the terminal, then it's someone else's problem.
What's bad about managing a bunch of cargo?
Nothing. I just hate working.
Legit. That's all for now.
Figured it wouldn't last. Anything else?
Na, see you around. So, okay. Und ich glaube, wir müssen erstmal noch mit dieser anderen Person sprechen. Dann können wir da auch sinnvoll reingehen und irgendwie Dinge klauen, die Sinn ergeben. Ansonsten klauen wir einfach nur alles, was da ist. Ist natürlich auch so eine Möglichkeit. Ich meine, das machen wir eh. Aber vielleicht finden wir ja nur dann das Ding, was wir brauchen. Wenn wir erst mit der Frau in der Gefängniszelle reden.
That's a lot of containers. Is this just a distribution center, or you think they're planning something?
So. Ach ja, und im ICE, da kann schon mal das Internet sehr, sehr schlecht sein. Es ist ja immer noch mobiles Internet.
Don't think I know you. What do you want?
I like boneless spratwurst.
Yep, that sure is the passphrase, even if it is dumb as hell. What's Dash's plan?
I'm your mark for item retrieval. Tell me what you know and where I'm going. Hey, hang on. How do I know you're the real Cassidy Mills, not the mole?
Because I'm gonna tell you where our package is, hullhead. If I were part of an ambush, you'd have already been arrested. We're in the constabulary, for law's sake. You're looking for cargo from our ship, the Rat King. Small package, wrapped in brown paper. It got moved to the shipping yard, but I'm not completely sure where.
If you're not sure where it is, how am I supposed to find it?
I'm sure some sluggite knows how to find it, or has it listed in a terminal. All else fails, you could just case the joint. Might end up with some extra loot for your troubles.
Alright. Dachte ich mir schon, ich kann einfach alles klauen. unser Plan A für eh alles. Autsch. Okay, das hat weh getan. So. Ja, Blenden. Gehen hier rein. Und du weißt gar nicht, was los ist. Aber bevor wir das machen, habe ich gemerkt, ich habe anscheinend schon mal genug getrunken für heute. Weil ich muss aufs Klo, sorry. Bis gleich. Oh ja, lass mit dem Leichenwagen fahren. Einfach weil geht. Ist voll unauffällig, oder?
Ja, aber warum haben wir 4 Männchen?
Ach, das
Weil jemand Tastatur gedrückt hat.
Was sagt der denn?
Das ist doch bestimmt irgendein Secret dahinter versteckt. Case studied briefly with the Druids before joining the Fellowship. She quickly became the youngest Elder Mage in history by sharing what she knew about the Druids' portal technology. She then designed and built the World Gate. Many members believe she could one day become an Oracle, possibly even the Elador. Ah, shit. Ah! Das war knapp. Panzer! Scheiße, Panzer! Auf meiner Position. Aha, mit welchen Raketen? Ach, warte, ich hab einen Raketenwerfer, fällt mir gerade wieder ein. Oh, cool. Wir sind jetzt Freunde. Ich habe ein Achievement bekommen. We friends. Ach, jetzt kann der mir folgen. Warte mal, wir können das übrigens auch ausschalten. Aber warte mal, wer bist du denn? Du bist ein besonderes. Du bist shiny. Ich habe ein legendäres. Da bin ich wieder. Sorry für die kurze Unterbrechung. So, dann lass doch mal hier reingehen. Hoffen, dass hier sonst niemand ist.
Great work.
Das geklaut. Ja. Okay. Das ist auch nix.
Nicely done. Okay, keep him quiet.
So. Da läuft irgendwer rum. Jetzt gerade an dem vorbei.
What? Thought I saw something. Hey, you!
Hm.
Nicely done.
Don't mess with me!
Was? Okay.
That's the last of them.
Das ist natürlich jetzt unpraktisch. Und Servus, Nikwi. Schön, dass du wieder da bist. Ah ja, Cheers, Punisher. Ja, ich glaube, jetzt muss man echt mehr darauf achten, mehr zu trinken. Jetzt ist so die Zeit dafür. Achso, warte mal. So. Schauen, ob wir hier lang vorbeikommen.
What?
Do not pay attention to me.
What the? What was that? Whoa, hold a moment. Who the hell?
Ah, come on, you forgot my name again?
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Whatever, I'm used to it.
That's sad. I get lost in a system once in a while, too. Sorry again.
Ah, okay. Hat funktioniert. Ich meine, wir hätten an dem einen Punkt auch über die Dings springen können. Oh nein. Aber ist okay. Jetzt haben wir auch den einen kurz belabert. Dann können wir jetzt hier wieder zurückgehen. So. Und Arthur hat auch gesagt, ich soll was trinken. Okay. So. Schluck auf. Wenn der CSD in Aachen ist für 2021, der am 20.06. Diesen Samstag ist er in Karlsruhe? Damn. Das wusste ich gar nicht. Warte mal, warum ist denn diese Türe zu?
I don't know what to make of Sublight Underground. Or Slug, I guess. I can't shake the feeling they had something to do with Miss Helen's death.
Bin mal gespannt, was
You.
war's.
You got an appointment?
No.
You're not allowed up with no appointment, unless you want to chat with some guards.
Ich frage mich ja, ob der mich sieht. Seriously? Der hat mich hier nicht gesehen? Lol, was? Ah, Senpai didn't notice me. Jetzt bin ich ja so ein bisschen torn between sad and, naja, lol was. So, dann sprechen wir mal wieder hier.
Appointment?
I need to speak with Cedric.
Yeah, that's why you're here. Appointment?
Warum das? Naja, irgendwie, das ist halt so ein bisschen broken an dem Spiel, aber es ist halt auch praktisch. Und gleichzeitig, oh no, but I'd like to see Cedric regardless.
No appointment? No talking to Mr. Kincannon.
Oh, very friendly, are you?
They don't pay me to be friendly. They pay me to keep hooligans out of Mr. Kincannon's hair.
Come on, do I really look like a hooligan?
I'd say so. That said, it's possible Mr. Kincannon might enjoy talking to someone as personable as yourself. We'll see what he says.
Und hallo
Mr.
Malik.
Kincannon, got a person of interest here to see you. Think they've got business.
That sounds like our inspector. Please, send her up.
Okay, kann das sein, dass wir gerade eben irgendwie so 12 Frames hatten? Können wir irgendwie... Oh, hier... Mal das Ultraballen raus. Keep. Ja, das sieht auch schon besser aus. Erstmal alles klauen. Weißt du, unangemeldet hier reinkommen. Erstmal Bude ausräumen. Wie dreist kann ich sein, meint ihr? Anscheinend sehr dreist.
Beep, beep, beep. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
I saw that! What do you think you're doing?
Damn it. Nothing at all.
Carry on, I suppose.
Oh. Okay, man kann nicht ganz so dreist sein, aber schon sehr dreist. Ach ja. Aber wie geht's dir denn, Malik? Kennst du die Outer Worlds schon? Also hier auch die neuen DLC. Ich finde das so gut. Man kann so einfach die Hand über Seitdings ausstrecken und es funktioniert. So. Geklaut. Die Bombe ist krass. Leider nicht so krass, wie man gerne hätte. Ach witzig, man hätte die einfach hochklettern können. Ja, lol. Hat sich jetzt gar nicht gelohnt, dass wir die Frau da unten überredet haben. Mit dem so, hey, ich bin so charmant. Komm, lass mich doch durch. Und sie so, ja, lol, nee. Aber, weißt du, eigentlich schon witzig genug. Wir lassen dich mal durch. Den DLC habe ich noch nicht. Das Hauptspiel habe ich natürlich durch. Das ist halt schon ein geiles Spiel. So, wir reden dich jetzt von hinten an.
Why, if it isn't the inspector, I was hoping you'd swing by. Here
Did
for
you
my
now?
alibi, I assume.
Later. First, I want an explanation for that nonsense outside.
Another murder? Drunk Raptidons? Black hole birdie practicing his hacking in the middle of the street? Stop me if it's one of those, or I'll just keep guessing.
I had a run with some... What was that? Drunk Raptidons?
There was an incident. You should have seen Eileen. Besides being an absolute gem of an assistant, she's a terror with a fountain pen. Raptidons aside, what was your incident, Inspector?
I had a run-in with some slug agents.
Sounds as though you've already sorted it out yourself.
How did thugs get their hands on slug gear?
Slug uniforms do seem to go missing from the hotel laundry with impressive regularity. Easy enough for someone to nick a few. Now ask yourself this. Why would anyone give thugs slug gear and send them after you?
Clearly, whoever behind this wants to pit me against slug.
Right again, Inspector. But I can't fathom who would benefit from tarnishing my reputation like that. Can you?
Gosh, because it possibly be the administrator. How dumb do you think I am?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult your intelligence. I'm used to working with Lou, you see? I hope you won't hold it against me. So, as you've deduced, I did not send anyone from Slug after you, nor is it likely they assigned themselves that task. Still, I am sorry for the trouble, Inspector.
Das war gerade seltsam. Habt ihr gerade den
Well,
Unterschied?
that's settled. I assume you'll want to know where I was the night of Helen's murder.
Habt ihr gerade den Unterschied in der Voice gehört? Das ist irgendwie entweder also sehr, sehr unterschiedliche Aufnahmen gewesen von derselben Person. Das hat man richtig hart gehört. Ah ja, und genau, Omega, das ist die... Was ist das denn? Das ist, glaube ich, Heavy MG. Und dann macht das auch schon ordentlich Löcher. Braucht man leider auch für die Gegner hier. Die sind alle so ein bisschen bullet spongy. With that seller, genau. Let's hear it.
Let's see. That night, I was... torturing Elliot Nasser for information on missing cargo. That was a messy one. Didn't break until nearly noon the next day. Can you imagine?
And where will I find Elliot Nasser to verify that?
An excellent question. I had his body dropped off the edge of the land complex. I'm not sure what happened to it from there, scientifically speaking. Maybe it dissolved? Ultimately, though, it doesn't matter. You'd be a fool to believe me, regardless of what I told you. People lie, and I am, incriminatingly, people.
Sieht eher postapokalyptisch aus. Nee, es ist nicht postapokalyptisch. Es ist, wir sind ja hier im Weltraum. Also wir sind in einer fremden Welt. Und da sind wir leider Peak-Kapitalismus. Und eigentlich schon wieder am Down-Peak. Weil die gesamte Gesellschaft ist komplett kaputt. Also komplett kaputt gewirtschaftet worden. Komplett kaputt kapitalisiert. It's not nice. Not nice. Also, genau, also die Kinder, die geboren werden, gehören dann auch nicht mehr zu den Eltern, sondern die gehören der Firma direkt und die werden dann einfach an irgendwen weitergeleitet. Genau. So your alibi is that you were busy murdering someone else.
Which, as I said, you should not trust. If it helps, however, you might consider pursuing not my means, but my motive. Why in the name of the architect would I kill Halcyon Helen? She was making me a fortune.
Bet you'd make a killing selling tickets to her funeral.
Why, Inspector, that's terrible. Besides, given how long she was likely to live and continue working, the math doesn't work out. I'd offer to assist you in your work, but I've a mystery of my own to solve, I'm afraid.
Did you know? I take it the guy you tortured wasn't the source of your missing cargo then.
Oh, Elliot stole from me, all right. Alas, you're right in that his was a singular isolated incident, and as such, does not resolve a concerning broader trend. Items are disappearing from Slug's storage and processing warehouse.
Oops.
The theft began a week before Helen's unfortunate death, and there have been more instances since. Before you ask, I know the difference between cargo going missing and cargo going missing. This is the latter.
What's gone missing specifically?
Nothing unsavory, and nothing Ludovico shouldn't know about, if that's your concern. I'm quite serious when I say Slug is a legitimate business. As to the specifics, I'm not sure. The warehouse foreman should be able to tell you. Before you ask, I know the difference between...
What's the connection to Helen's murder?
I'm not sure. I'm only confident there is one. That the thefts began mere days before Helen's untimely demise is an extraordinary coincidence. I'm not a man who believes in happenstance, Inspector. I do not trust it.
Also ich finde es jetzt nicht so krass heiß. Also ich meine, ich habe jetzt mal meinen Deckenventilator wieder angemacht. Das hat schon sehr viel verbessert. Und Fenster zu. Ja. Ich glaube, es ist schon wärmer hier. Bip, bip, bip. Guess I can't guarantee the theft isn't related to
I certainly wouldn't take that bet. Regardless, this will be fun. You out in the field, chasing down leads. Me, scheming in my office, preparing to unspeakably mangle the perpetrator.
Yay. I said there's one seriously behind this is going to jail and not
You do
steal.
recall, Inspector, that I'm not to be trusted? But certainly, whatever you say. You'll want to speak with Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman. I've cleared her as a suspect myself, but should she refuse to cooperate, shoot her. No, I'm joking. If she won't cooperate, tell me and I will shoot her. And do feel free to search my office for clues while you're here. Don't hold back on my account.
Okay. Ja. Also wir haben ja anscheinend 29 Grad. Okay. So, und jetzt hatten wir doch... Genau, hier Riesen Sniper. Was war das dann hier? Ja, Waffe ist ein bisschen groß. Genau, Heavy Machine Gun 2, Agony. Ah, das war die Spectrum. Okay. The Dissident Queen, Chapter 3. Halcyon Helen commits regicide. Some hours has passed since Helen's entry into the dissident hideout. She had fought no small number of slugmen, destroying the abominations in singular fashion, had met several employees from many corporations, each forcibly taken by the dissidents for use as test subjects. One such free captive, who had called himself a faceless Harry, had accompanied her as she descended to the lair of the dissident queen. Helen had exchanged only a few words with him, and now would be able to exchange no others, as the man now lay in a bloody heap at the foot of the dissident queen, who, Helen now saw, was not a person, but a tremendous mutant slug. The dissidents, who had apparently been guarding her, were themselves quite dead and lay in various stages of mastication throughout the room. The queen feasted on Harry's remains, but as Helen stepped forward, the monster wriggled around to face her. A true queen for a gang of parasites, Helen shouted. The distant queen reared back, opened its mandibles wide, gave an inhuman shriek that shook the very foundation of the base. Ich glaube, irgendwie sowas Ähnliches werden wir nachher bekämpfen.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ja, können wir. Was ist dann?
A cursory fingerprint analysis shows this display case was recently opened or closed.
The gun on the bottomless vessel has been customized.
Confirmed. The grip has been modified for a specific wielder. Most likely the rifle's owner. Additionally, the plasma rifle sights appear to have been realigned to better accommodate a shooter with slight myopia in one eye.
Fingerprint analyzed.
The fingerprints belong to Cedric Kincannon.
Obvious, as expected. Someone couldn't have access to the camera using gloves, you consider, but the simple solution is often the right one.
Oh, admiring my rifle. Had it custom fitted by a woman on Monarch. Inspector, to what do I...
The constable is dead.
Constable Keene? Now that is a damn shame. Am I right to think this wasn't a workplace accident?
This was murder, right?
It seems murder is becoming an unsettling trend on Eridanos as of late. Thank you for informing me of Constable Keene's passing. When you find her killer, please be certain to make them suffer.
I'm actually upset about this.
We may have been on opposite sides of the law on occasion, but we were not enemies. Perhaps it will shock you to hear her loss saddens me. Maria was a decent soul, and law knows those are in short supply around here. A little square, perhaps, in her dedication to the rules, but good nonetheless. I'm also saddened to have lost an occasional drinking buddy. She was quite good at cards, you know.
I'm sorry, Constable Keene. She didn't deserve this.
No, she didn't. But let's discuss something else. Do you have other matters requiring my attention?
Why does Ludovico hate you so much anyway?
The original incident? Well, I made him an offer he should have refused.
Did you put a severed Raptidon head in his bed?
What? No. Law, no. Why in the architect's name would you think that? Our combative relationship stems from paperwork, mundanely enough. Rizzo's contracted Sublight to construct the Eridanos atmospheric complex. Had Lou wanted Rizzo's to retain full control of Eridanos, he shouldn't have skimmed the revised contract I sent him. Lou's an administrator, for law's sake. I thought he would adore all the fine print I added.
Was meinst du denn mit Omega? Nick meine ich. Mit dem OMG. How fine of print are we talking?
Still technically visible to the human eye, but only just. You're quite good at this. It was all perfectly legal, too, which irked Lou to no end. My power grab, as Lou called it, planted the seed of hatred. And Lou, obsessed with what should have been, has made sure to water it daily with his bitterness and anger.
You did steal that.
Do you think power belongs to those who submit the proper paperwork requesting it? Slug's control of Eridanos is a crucial step in my long-term plans for Sublight. The board needs to see irrefutable proof we are a respectable, legitimate business.
Why do you care so much what the board thinks?
Because one day soon, Sublight will obtain a seat on it. Meanwhile, our dear administrator is still laser-focused on old slights, which can be a nuisance. He's grown increasingly desperate to catch Slug with our hand in the proverbial cookie jar as of late, convinced we're involved in less than legal business opportunities.
Deinen Namen als Creator angeben. Oh, danke, Dorado. Was hast du denn gekauft? Genau, ich glaube, ich hatte es ja vorhin auch in Gaming News reingeschrieben. Falls ihr auf Epic gerade ein Spiel kauft, das irgendwie, glaube 14,99, also teurer als 14,99 ist, dann könnt ihr den Gutschein aus dem Mega Sale verwenden und 10 Euro halt sparen. So. Ne. Zum Beispiel Going Medieval würde nur 10,69 glaube kosten. Und wenn ich es richtig verstanden habe, bekommen die Entwickler trotzdem das Geld für die 20. Twin Mirror sagt mir gar nichts. Was macht das denn, Dorado? Gerade stehen wir in Frankfurt. Hier ist ein klischeealter weißer Mann, der aus dem Urlaub kommt und durch den Zoo pullt. Na yay. So, aber eine deiner britischen Freundinnen hat Wise Guys entdeckt. Singen die eigentlich nur Deutsch oder singen die eigentlich auch Englisch? Ich weiß es gerade gar nicht mehr. Ich hab Wise Guys schon so lange nicht mehr gehört. Which of course you
I
are.
wish I could wink, but it always looks like I have something caught in my eye.
Ah, it's English. Okay.
Very well.
If you didn't kill her, any idea who would want her dead?
That is the question, isn't it, Inspector?
Yes, it is.
Tell me, do you really believe Helen's death was a mere crime of passion? Or one of petty career jealousy?
I'm only here to play games, Cedric.
Good. That's good, Inspector. Because whoever did kill Helen is not going to come forward so easily. One moment, if you please, Inspector. What, or who, made you decide to investigate me?
You're just one of Eridanos' major players. It only makes sense.
Understandable. A man of my standing would naturally be tied up in all this, whether he wishes to be or not. Now then, did you need anything else?
No. Ist von Donut, die von Love is Strange. So eine interaktive mit Entscheidung. Ah, okay. Hast du schon gespielt? Und wenn ja, wie ist es? Genau, also wir hätten auch einfach hier hochgehen können, hätten gar nicht mit der Assistentin reden müssen. So, aber jetzt lass mal mit dem Dings da reden, dem Typen hier unten.
This port seems real busy. Wonder if they're trying to compete with the groundbreaker.
So, du hier doch, oder?
Hope the job's coming along well. No sign of the constable, which really makes me more nervous.
War nicht fertig? Waren wir nicht? Ach so, stimmt ja. Ich hätte mit Cassidy reden sollen. Da vor allem. Ach ja, und Dorado, was spielst du denn gerade auf der Switch?
You're back, I see. Hope the law hasn't caught on to what you're doing. Law meaning authorities, that is, not the forces running the universe.
Got the cargo, what's next?
No complications? Grand. The recipient is Joseph Dempsey. He runs the Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry.
What'd you get arrested for anyways?
This is gonna sound a little stupid, but I got a thing about mechanicals. Don't like the way they move or the sounds they make. Gives me the creeps. I was drinking with Dash in the cantina when a funny-looking one trotted up beside us. Seemed like it was some kind of monster, so I started yelling, banging on it. Don't know what happened next, but I think it involved another mechanical. I passed right out then, and when I woke back up, I was here. Not the most graceful thing I've ever done.
Alright.
No.
Ob all this legwork work is worth it. Wir können außerdem rausfinden, für was sie hier genau. World's End Club ist erst vor kurzem erschienen. Also bei World's End musste ich ja an den Dings denken. An den Film hier, World's End heißt der, glaube ich. Aus der Cornetto-Trilogie. Oh. Noch der falsche Link. Ups. Warte. Dann... Hier ist der richtige. Ich vergesse das manchmal. Ich weiß auch, warum ich es heute vergessen habe. Heute war ich einfach zu salty. Okay. So. Dry Goods and Sundry. Wo ist das denn? Oh, ein Grisou. Grisou Pew? Vielen Dank für den Follow und herzlich willkommen. Wie geht's denn? Ist hier deaktiv? Wo müssen wir da hin? Was ist hier? Achso. Ich weiß gar nicht mal. Wie war es denn salty? Ich habe ein Smite Match gespielt, das war
Welcome
richtig
back.
bad, man.
The Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry is just as standard and unremarkable as when you left it.
Got a shipment of something waiting for you.
A shipment, you say? The only shipment I'm expecting is 100 pounds of salt tuna a week from now. And I certainly don't expect it to be brought by an inspector.
I like bonus bratwurst.
Is that supposed to be some kind of code phrase? It has no nuance, no subtlety. Sticks out like a bent nail. A constable could detect that from the other side of Eridanos. I learn about secret codes in my off time. For fun. It's never anything that I actually need to use, mind.
Mhm. So. I must have been mistaken. Guess I'll just surrender this cargo to the constabulary.
Wait. On second thought, you should let me take a look. Just in case it's something I ordered and forgot about. Follow me to the back.
Oh, stimmt. Jetzt, wo er nicht mehr hinschaut, können wir doch mal Dinge klauen. Oh, schade. Oh, okay.
All right. So, as you can see, this actually ain't the most standard and unremarkable general store this side of Halcyon. Welcome to my black market. Whatever you're here for, weapons, information, contraband, cane and ointment, I've got it. Sorry for the frosty reception. Had to make sure you weren't with the constable. But seeing how you're a freelancer, I hope I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. Genau, und Dorado, der DLC funktioniert wunderbar. Einfach, dass du ein Spiel, wo du noch nicht die letzte Quest gemacht hast. Also noch nicht die letzte Mission machst, weil das Problem ist, danach darfst du nicht mehr in die Welt rumlaufen, in der Welt rumlaufen, das ist total doof. Das heißt, du musst tatsächlich einen Spielstand nehmen vor diesem Ende. Und glücklicherweise ist da aber auch ein Speicherstand, den du nicht überspeichern kannst, vom System angelegt worden. Also da gibt es tatsächlich einen Speicherstand, der irgendwie System Save und Point of No Return oder so heißt. Und da den einfach laden und dann kannst du hier weiterspielen. Also musst du, glaube ich, irgendwo hinfliegen. Also, oder glaube auch einfach beim nächsten Mal, wenn du in der Gegend rumfliegst, wird dir gesagt so, hey, hier, Random Radio Transmission. Und dann kriegst du irgendwie die Informationen. So war es ja auch schon bei dem anderen, wo dir plötzlich diese Hand geliefert wird. Genau. Von daher gar kein Problem. Und das mit dem Smite Match, wie gesagt, das war sehr, sehr frustrierend. Ich habe versucht, meinen Support halt zu spielen, wie ich das so kenne, und irgendwie kam gar nichts von meinem Team. Und wir haben ständig irgendwie Fights verloren, wo sie wie Angsthasen davongelaufen sind, anstatt halt reinzugehen und in den Fight zu machen. Ich verstehe es nicht. Es ist so weird gewesen und es war halt hart frustrierend, wie ich die ganze Zeit hängen gelassen wurde. In wirklich vorteilhafte Situationen. Wir hätten wunderbar reingehen können und fighten können, aber irgendwie hat mein Team die ganze Zeit gesagt, so, oh nee, hab Angst. Und wir hatten teilweise Level, viel, viel höhere Level als die Gegner. Und mein Thanatos, mein Jungler, der war Level 12, ich war Level 11. Die Nemesis-gegnerische war Level 8. Ich bin reingesprungen und mein Thanatos sagt so, oh du, nee, ich muss weg, weil das ist mir zu gefährlich. Ich habe den Tower getankt, wir haben 3 Level und 4 Level über der. Die wäre sofort gestorben. Ich habe die ja fast alleine schon gekillt, aber ich bin halt nur ein Support und deswegen nicht auf Damage gebaut und deswegen kann ich tanken, aber nicht killen. Und das ist halt immer wieder passiert und es war halt wirklich, wirklich frustrierend, weil wir hatten auch einmal die Situation, dass wir halt wirklich nur noch so, keine Ahnung, 3 Pixel Lebensbalken vom Titan, also gegnerischen Titan hatten. Wir hatten 2 Phoenix down. Und der Apollo hat halt nicht auf mich gewartet, dass ich tanken kann und ist halt reingegangen und ist halt 4v1 gestorben. Und ja, am Ende haben sie dann gewonnen, weil sie dann endlich die Levels aufgeholt hatten. Und es war so frustrierend. Das war so hart frustrierend. Aber ja. Hero, dog can't be trusted.
Good. A worthy freelancer is hard to find. Since you're in the know, you can access my black... Here's your pay. Good doing business with you, especially seeing how you didn't take this to the constable.
Since I went through all the work to bring it to you, can I see what's in the box?
See? No. But I might tell you what's in it, so long as it's nothing proprietary, volatile, or breathing. Let's have a little look. Contraband weapon parts, a few chemicals for the crafting of high explosives. All fairly standard. Oh, and a canister of trimethyl sulfoxide. Where dimethyl sulfoxide is good at keeping folks in stasis, trimethyl sulfoxide is nice for helping refrigerators run. Useful stuff.
Okay. Ja, ich hatte ganz viel Spaß mit den Randoms. So viel Spaß. Yay. So glücklich gewesen. Ach cool, man kann hier auch Identity Cards von Slugworkern kaufen. Für 0 Bits. Ich weiß ja nicht. Irgendwie kommt mir das fishy vor. So fishy. Mhm. Okay. Sell. Können wir ein bisschen Dinge verkaufen? Das wäre fantastisch. Night Launcher. Shears. Irgendwie haben wir ganz viele Special-Waffen, die wir mal wieder auf das Schiff aufladen. Reden ist schwierig. Wie viel von diesen Helmen haben wir jetzt eigentlich? Von diesen 89ern? Ah, okay, wir haben eigentlich schon. Können wir den hier verkaufen? So. Lockpick. Haben wir nicht irgendeinen anderen Lockpicking-Hut? Was ist das dann? Achso, das war ein besonderer. Ich versuche nämlich immer die besonderen immer so zu behalten. Weil sie sieht nicht gut aus. So, mal ein bisschen was verkauft. Ja, geh du mal raus. Ich mach mal diese Türe zu und dann klauen wir die alles. Okay, wir können die Türe nicht zumachen, wir klauen die einfach so alles. Ich finde es super witzig, dass es halt. Dass er sich nicht beschwert. Das ist schon sehr gut. Das ist schon sehr convenient. Oh, was finden wir hier? Große Waffe rausholen. Lol, was? Das war diese Leiter. Das war diese Leiter zu seinem super geheimen Raum? Will er mich verarschen? Was ist der für ein Deppdieb? Kann er mir doch nicht... Kann der mir doch nicht erzählen, dass das seine... Okay, warte mal. Wir schauen jetzt mal, was ist denn... Achso, stimmt, wir müssen jetzt noch zu dem Dash und dann können wir unsere Geld abholen dafür. Kann ich bitte hier runterspringen? Kann ich bitte hier runterspringen? Au.
Hope the job's coming along well. No sign of the const...
One package of questionable goods delivered in sign full.
Excellent. Let's divvy up the payment 3 ways and we can consider this matter settled.
3 ways? I did all the work while you and yours sat around. You're lucky to get anything.
What? That ain't gonna be enough to get Cass out of prison, and it ain't what we agreed to. Ah, shit. Looks like it was wrong to assume you were just like Hawthorne after all. Sure hope I can figure something out to pay Cass's fine.
Ich überlege gerade. Ich meine, wir haben kein Grund, das Geld zu behalten. Wir haben elendig viel. Kurz rausfinden. Wann habe ich das letzte Mal gespeichert? Achso, ja, das war das Ding. Das sich gelohnt hat. Au. Komm, gib mir alles.
Hope the job's... Thank the law. Should be just enough to get Cass out of her damn cell. I guess breaking even is better than leaving with your partner in the clink. You might not be Hawthorne, but you can sure resolve a problem like he could.
Ich weiß nicht, ob das uns irgendwie hilft oder nicht. Ah, vielleicht. Repair. Breakdown. Das waren jetzt die ganzen, die wir geklaut hatten, glaube ich. Okay, 113. Da können wir eigentlich mal so einen verkaufen. Davon haben wir 2 und das ist der dritte. Eigentlich müssen wir mal das hier nach... Kann man Rüstung nicht sortieren? Ah, warte, wir konnten Rüstung sortieren. Ja, was ist dann sortiert? Value, Weight, Value, Armor Rating. Okay, das heißt, wir haben hier die guten Helme. Dann haben wir hier 113, 108 und 103 und dieser hier. Komm, Breakdown. Brauchen wir ja nicht. Ist gerade aufgefallen. Die waren ja noch hier drin. Egal. Journal. Ich meine, wir haben das jetzt mal gemacht. Return the Formula. Ah, und wir haben hier dieses hier. Ja gut. Wir wollten ja eh mal kurz nochmal zum Raumschiff gehen. Deswegen reisen wir mal eben dahin. droppen mal kurz Inventar ab und dann gehen wir hier nochmal den Pool Cleaner machen. Und die Pool Cleaner Mission habe ich irgendwie total vergessen. Ach genau, Nina, wie lange brauchst du eigentlich noch, bis du da bist? Wie lange darfst du denn noch fahren? Hm. So. Prototype Hibernation. So. Dreiviertel Stunde. Okay. Ja, nice. (2058) an. Und weißt du, um 2058 mache ich einmal Schnipp und dann löst sich hier alles auf und es war alles Greenscreen und in Wirklichkeit stehe ich am Karlsruher Bahnhof, um dich zu willkommen zu heißen. Das wär doch mal ein Reveal, ne? Keine Sorge, mache ich nicht wirklich. Ich glaube, das wäre da schon ein bisschen arg. So. Ein bisschen Scheiß hier loswerden. Au. Brave New World? Ach so, da oben hat es jetzt wieder die Quest. Ja. Das wäre schon ein bisschen arg. Als erste Interaktion. Also als erste reale Interaktion. Nee. Ich glaube, wenn ich einen freien Tag gehabt hätte, dann hätten wir noch mal drüber reden können. Da hätte ich das vielleicht gemacht, aber so wäre es ein bisschen arg gewesen, glaube ich. So. Wo bin ich denn gerade? Können wir von dahin von... I'm totally worth it. Sehr gut. So, mal schauen, was wir hier machen müssen. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Gleich sehen. Okay, create a pool, clean the chemical. Also, wir machen mal hier einfach einen Screenshot davon. Damit ich irgendwie... Gut, und dann machen wir hier den Mixer an und dann hoffentlich sagt uns irgendwas, wie wir das mixen können. Okay. Hatten wir hier nicht irgendwie eine Notification? Hier. Pool Cleaner, Blue Water Coloring 422, Chlorizone. 343. Achso, warte, war das jetzt, was ich hier brauche? Also. Das heißt, wir brauchen Pool Watercoloring. Blue Watercoloring. Das ist 4. Was? Okay, das ist hier die 1 dann. Weil auf die 5, also, ne, ich bräuchte eigentlich 4 oder 5 hier drin. Okay, hier 4 und du wirst dann... Okay, 1, 5, 4 dann, so. Na, Chlorisol. These chemicals? Okay. Pool cleaner works now.
Did you?
Dann hüpfen wir rüber. Hüpf. 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 Ich will doch mal die Mission, die endlich fertig ist. Der Pool gecleant ist. Sehr viel besser.
Oh, thanks a million, Inspector. The smell cleared right up. Well, in a couple hours, the guests might even be back. Then I actually gotta start doing my job. Of course, we're not gonna get a follow-up shipment for the water anytime soon, so they'll have to content themselves on the deck. I got a little something for making my job that much less miserable. It's the key to our storeroom. If my boss asks, you never met me.
Key. I think we both know my work was worth a little more than that.
I guess I can spare a few bits. And, here, this pack of smokes. Sorry, they don't really load me up with the goods. I gotta get back to it if you don't mind, Inspector.
Yeah, thank you. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wo dieser Lagerraum ist eigentlich, den ich jetzt einen Key bekommen habe. Aber Bombs. So. Jetzt gehen wir rein und suchen mal nach diesem Wachmann. Ach so, ja, warte mal, ich kann in den Raum nicht rein. Da war was. Ich glaube, ich hatte den ja schon mal gesucht. Der. Oder? Ja, ja. Okay, das heißt, wir gehen jetzt woanders hin. Wir gehen Journal. Peyton Powder. Was ist das denn? Ach, da drüben, da war ich noch gar nicht. Okay. Productivity Queen ist dann irgendwie da oben. War ich auch noch nicht. Bald bist du da. Ja, ist doch gut. So. Schauen wir mal, was passiert, wenn wir da lang gehen.
What?
Ach ja.
What was that?
Here we go! I just want to be your friend! Happiness!
Don't mess with us.
Dibs on their stuff.
Nix da. Meins. Piss dich. Was, wenn noch irgendwas... Ah, hier ist noch was übrig geblieben. Autsch. So. Das ist auch irgendwie echt wieder ein großer Teil. Typ ist tot.
Okay, here we go. Solid kill.
Ja, unpraktisch. Ach nö, hat er irgendwer...
Here we go. I'll show you happiness. I'll show you happiness. Make you...
Kratzt da doch mal rein. Das ist eine IC 203, das fährt von Köln nach Frankfurt, Flughafen und von da nach Mannheim, dann nach Karlsruhe.
That's smart. Nice one. Don't mess with us.
Ich weiß nicht, warum die jetzt nicht auf uns draufgegangen sind eigentlich. Ah, gut. So. Okay. Wieder ein paar neue Gegner. Warte mal, sind wir Owens begegnet? Nee, Owens sind wir nicht begegnet. Aus irgendwelchen Gründen wurde hier gegraben von den Leuten. Irgendwas sagt mir, dass die da nicht freiwillig gegraben haben. Oh, wow, okay. Site 0451 field log tell Dr. Blossom we found more of those specimens. Jenkins had already started excavating the habitat when I arrived, and he's been in an unusually good mood since I got here. Please send additional personnel for capture and delivery of specimen to RR&DD. Ja, die haben halt diese komischen Würmer. Genau, diese hier.
Deft hands, Cap.
Das war halt auch super smart. Klaro, lass mal irgendwie irgendwelche Parasiten-Leuten einsetzen und die glücklicher davon machen. Ich weiß nicht, die jetzt hier eine lange Pause machen. Okay. Aber bald bist du ja da. Nicht mehr lange.
Let's go. Nice one. I'll fix you right up.
Take cover.
Oh, was? Okay, irgendwo hat uns irgendwas angesprungen. Well, damn. Und keine Ahnung was, aber irgendwas hat uns angesprungen. Ja, ich war gerade auch sehr irritiert. Wisst ihr was? Nehmen wir. Bomb.
This'll be fun. Nice one.
I'll fix you right up!
This is bad! You guys alright?
So. Was bist du denn? Adultery Danger. So, also gehe ich immer mit so meinem Heavy MG rein. Ist meistens sinnvoller.
This is Silvio Tran, setting a new record for the Grand Colonial Bellhops Laundry Cart League. If you're listening to this, you're listening to history. And Daltrey, as we agreed, when I win, you're scraping terrorist shit off the windows for the rest of your contract. And you can stow the fear of heights routine because there's no way you're weaseling out of that, pal. Here goes. That's... Move the box! No, not... No!
Irgendwas sagt mir, dass da was schiefgegangen ist bei diesem dummen Dare. Und dass Leute draufgegangen sind, weil er irgendwie gegen die Box gekracht ist. Und dann hier alles aufgegangen ist. Kann das sein? Ist das so gewesen? Na, hier dagegen gekracht, das Ding ist aufgesprungen. Die sind alle rausgekommen und... Ja, das war die Schanze hier. Der wollte drüber springen, ist halt dagegen geknallt. Und dadurch sind dann die Raptors rausgekommen. Das ist auch so ein interessantes, ne? Storytelling. Environmental Storytelling. Den war wohl zu langweilig. So, ist die Frage. Ja, hier Aufzug. Ah, das ist natürlich schlecht. Im Hauptspiel haben sie das immer so gemacht, dass diese Schaltfläche irgendwie hier ist, weil dadurch schaust du nicht hin, wo gerade deine Companions sind, wenn du hier hingehst, ne? Und dadurch ist es total okay, wenn die Spielentwickler sagen, okay, deine Companions werden irgendwie hier und hierhin teleportierend, weil dann schaust du zurück und deine Companions sind einfach da. Und du siehst nicht, wie sie da hingekommen sind. Aber wenn das hier ist, dann siehst du, wie deine Companions an dir vorbeilaufen sollten und plötzlich aber von dort und dort einfach schon direkt hier rüber teleportieren. Das ist natürlich schlecht. So. Kann man nicht aufmachen. Okay. Das Gelände hier ist ja echt schon wieder größer, als man gedacht. Und Servus Gamehabler. Ich soll was trinken, sagst du? Kriegen wir hin. Ah, Nina, ich hoffe, du hast dir den Wecker gestellt für, wenn du wieder aufwachen sollst.
Yes. Show me the biggest, fattest wildlife you've got, Eridanos. I'll bring it home on a plaque.
Excuse me, Gunther. I need to ask you something.
Who in the hell is Gunter? I told you to call me Hunter. Come on.
Oh, right. Hunter, have you seen a little mechanical wandering through here? Might have been wearing my hat.
I can't say I have. I can sell you a new hat if you want. Or some fine, legally obtained hunting supplies. You could go get that mechanical thief yourself.
She's not a thief. She's lost. I just want her back.
Okay.
Oh, hey there, stranger. Don't mean to interrupt your business, but have you seen a stray mechanical wandering about?
Wait, I think I know the rest of this one. Then you get a better
Hey, that's pretty
patch.
good. I'll have to use that at my next mechanics meeting. But I take by your tone that you ain't seen anything matching my machine's description. Oh,
Nope.
that's not good. I hope she hasn't gotten herself into any trouble.
I overheard your conversation earlier. You want to explain exactly what's happening?
Seems I'm running my mouth too much. My mechanical Betty up and wandered away a couple days back. I've been trying to track her, but the beasts make it hard. Personally, I prefer my organs inside my body. The shopkeep says I should buy one of his rifles and go looking myself, but like my machine, I'm not combat inclined.
We can help her out, right? Won't take too long if we're on the job.
I know it's a pain, but I think I need some outside help. Job or no job, I'm not leaving Betty out in the wastes.
I didn't think mechanicals would just wander off on their own.
I'm contractually obligated to inform you that slug mechanicals are not notoriously inclined to malfunction, and any rumors to the contrary are slander. But yeah, usually even slug machines don't get lost on their own, so I guess I'm to blame. Setting Betty's search parameters is my job. Must have added a 0 where I shouldn't have.
That don't usually happen by accident. I think she's trying to pull one over on us.
Seems like a pretty expensive mistake to make.
I know. I don't think I've got bits enough to cover losing a mechanical. I really don't want to lose her.
What kind of mechanical is your lost charge?
Betty's just your standard tripod mechanical. Though she probably is still wearing my hat. Without it, she seems kind of naked. Her main purpose is cacao milking, but the only cacaos in the reserve are close. Without a directive, she shouldn't have had reason to wander away from the milking area.
Like those boat buckets need a reason to do anything. It's probably searching the world for more things to milk.
Wouldn't make any sense. Ain't no cacaos out there. Betty's smarter than that.
Frisch gekühlte Hacks, Nina. Stuff im Auge. Ich hasse Hausarbeit, aber ein wenig unterhalten werden von dir nebenbei ist ganz angenehm. Sehr gut. Was musst du noch machen? Wischen, Staubsaugen oder aufräumen. Ich hasse ja Wischen. Ich mag's nicht. Vor allem immer wirft mit Eiswürfeln sich. Genau, einfach kurz mit Eiswürfeln einreiben und dann. Oder vorher eine eiskalte Dusche. I'll keep my ad.
Hey, thanks so much. It would have been mighty lonely without her. Being unemployed, I mean. Be lonely being unemployed. If you find Betty, try sneaking up and hacking her. If you can't do that, finding a way to stop her current routines should send her back home.
Okay. I'll try that. So, jetzt habe ich bestimmt auch wieder eine Tür, dass wir hier reinkommen. Die Scheißviecher. Okay.
Welcome to Hunter Legal's Legal Hunter Supplies. I am Hunter Legal. How might I help you today?
I'm investigating the murder of Halcyon Harlan. Have you seen or heard anything unusual lately?
Unusual? This whole land complex is a failed wildlife exhibition turned hunting reserve. You can't go 10 feet without stepping in unusual. But I reckon you're asking about people unusual. I'd go have a chat with the prophet of profitability. Maybe she can intuit you in the right direction or something. But she is mighty far in the depths of the reserve. Perhaps you should purchase one of my fine armaments for the journey.
No, thanks. So. Dann haben wir nicht essen, Wäsche waschen. Wollen wir mal am besten die Bude fegen. Das bin ich auch ja, so lange stehen. So. Yeah. So, wir haben jetzt diese andere Aufgabe gleichzeitig. Warte mal, hä? Warum haben wir... Es ist ein bisschen spannend, dass wir diese Missionen... Also, dass wir anscheinend... Was? Wir könnten eventuell jetzt beenden? Warte mal, wir probieren das jetzt mal. Wir speichern jetzt hier. Wie neu, ja. Zoom. Und dann gehen wir... zum Penthouse. Nina, genau, was ich gerade fragen wollte. Deswegen der Dose. Heißt das jetzt, der Geruch ist so krass, oder? Wie meinst du das gerade? Das ist ja noch ziemlich im Killer-Gamer, aber verstehe ich total. Ich würde das auch gerade... Eigentlich hätte ich jetzt gerade Bock auf Nachtbaden. Das wäre voll super.
You're here. I hope you have the Photon Proto-Distributor, or we're never leaving this damn facility. That was from the Twin Spy. Ask me anything at all.
Got a few more questions to ask about the poisoning.
Oh, must I relive that? But I suppose...
what's all that?
Very well.
I've learned a thing or two about your activities in the hotel.
Oh, have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
Ich rieche und sehe das. Ja. Captain Morgan geht tatsächlich, finde ich. Was nicht geht für mich ist diese Alternativmarke zu Jack Daniels. Wie heißt die dann? Die ist nämlich furchtbar. Diese... Ach, es gibt doch so zwei... Jim Beam. Genau, Beam ist furchtbar für mich. Das hat so einen ganz komischen Beigeschmack. Ist mir egal, aber ich frage mal, ob ich den Ventilator hochbringen darf. Mach das, mach das. Ich habe auch einen Ventilator, einen Deckenventilator und der ist fantastisch. Ohne den. Echt traurig. So quick question. What was it you wanted with the Terror Ball gland?
What? That damn bellhop promised discretion. Well, if you must know, it's an appetite suppressant. How do you think I keep my form so lithe? Terror ray glands keep me from feeling hunger pangs.
I've never heard of that. You sure you're talking about terror rays? Their bits tend to give folks the runs.
Oh, that's it. I'm firing my nutritionist this instant.
Noch nicht? Nina, willst du uns erzählen, was Omega vorhat mit Nick? I have security footage of you tampering with Helen's last meal.
Tampering? No, no, no. I just happened to be passing through the kitchen and saw a dish that looked good. If being hungry is a crime, you better indict 3/4 of Halcyon.
If the terror gland was an appetite suppressant, you wouldn't be hungry if you took it.
Oh, well, there's... Maybe I just wanted to see what was in it. Oh, law. What a pathetic defense. As it so happens, I may not have had the terror gland acquired for personal use. I may have placed it in Bellamy's meal. But before you indict me, please, just listen. I wasn't trying to kill her.
I can't hear you over the sound of me messaging the constable. So you lied about being poisoned.
Lie is such a strong word. But even if I had chosen to poison myself, the danger should have been minimal. Terror ray glands aren't supposed to be lethally poisonous. They're supposed to cause extreme lethargy, as if you'd inhaled several quarts of Spectrum vodka. She would have had to eat 6 or 7 of the glands to die, and even then it would be an extended, arduous process.
Why poison her at all?
I was just getting to that. I only wanted her to be incapacitated during the Brown unveiling. With her out of commission, the next available celebrity, myself, would get to host the unveiling. Please think twice about telling the administrator of my misdeeds. If he learns the truth, what's left of my career will be left in shambles.
So. Noch 15 Minuten. Nice. Aktuell reicht mir zum Glück noch das offene Fenster. Im Zweifel muss der Ventilator auch herhalten. Ja, so ein Deckenventilator kann ich wirklich empfehlen. Ihm. Der macht kaum Lärm, viel Wind und einfach zu geil. Und abnehmen? Hä, was? Warum abnehmen? Okay, das verstehe ich jetzt nicht. What would you want me to say instead?
Tell him it was a poisonous mushroom or a bite from some poisonous insect. An accident. I promise I shall make up for my actions. Pay to erect a statue in Helen's honor, or perhaps even dedicate a performance to her memory.
Please don't. I'll keep you in suspense. It's more fun that way.
My law, if you aren't a sadist. If I have a coronary before you make your decision, I will do my utmost to haunt you.
You do that. So, ihr Lieben, du verabschiedest dich jetzt. Skandalös. Skandalös. Da wagst du es einfach, dich zu verabschieden. Ich finde das nicht okay.
Aha, always.
Never mind. Mal gleich Karlsruhe. Okay. Dann dir viel Spaß. Und, ja. Genau. Bis bald. Ah ja, aber Nick, was hat denn das mit das zu warm zu tun? Also das, was Franzi als Argument bringt, wird es vermutlich ja nicht sein. Weil wenn es das ist, dann wäre es ja schon sehr lächerlich.
Aha.
Der Stream stockt. Oh nein. So, dann habe ich jetzt einfach mal geschrieben. Wir machen jetzt mal den Spaceport zu Ende. Und dann, bevor wir jetzt die ganze Zeit in der Gegend rumrennen. Schön, schön, schön. So, wo müssen wir... Ich meine, was könnten wir da oben noch machen? Ich habe eigentlich da oben alles gesehen, dachte ich. Aber...
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This copy of TK contains 142 fewer pages than a standard copy. The missing pages were likely removed to create sufficient space for the hidden listening device inside.
Showed range transmission capabilities. The receiver must be somewhere nearby.
You figured that out just by looking at it? Huh. We ought to talk shop one of these days.
Inspector, please consider speaking into the device in order to trace the transmission and reveal the receiver's location.
Speak into the bug.
Poor woolly cow impression transmitted. Transmission analysis complete. While the precise location of the receiver could not be pinpointed, it has been narrowed down to a smaller, approximate range.
How long has this been here?
Analysis inconclusive. However, there is a minor accumulation of dust particles present on the book's uppermost surface.
Examine the surrounding area.
The area within a 0.5 meter radius of the book possesses a dust coating comprised of at least twice the number of particles.
Well, I guess the bug was planted roughly a week before Helen's death.
That is highly likely, Inspector.
Okay.
What's that you found? No, wait. Don't tell me. Let's save it for the big reveal once you've solved the case.
Okay. So. Receiver location. Irgendwo dort. Im Klo.
Timeline discrepancy detect. Transmission endpoint discovered. The receiver in this book matches the transmitter to the listening device found in set.
Ew. How long has it been on the ground?
Based on the accumulated mix of sludge and detritus, the receiver has been present since approximately a week before Helen's death.
Any clues as to what to
Due to the high level of foot traffic in this area, this unit is unable to determine who placed the device.
Okay. Unglücklich. Hallo? Schöne Munition mitnehmen. Ah. Hier drin waren wir noch nicht. So, übrigens ein herzlich willkommen an alle neuen Zuschauer, Zuschauerinnen. Schön, dass ihr da seid. Freut mich, dass ihr wieder einschaltet. Genau. Wir sind ja immer noch hier dran Aufklären des Mordes. Und scheinbar ein bisschen komplizierter, als wir es gedacht haben.
Oh, wait half a second. You're the inspector. Sorry about that. I'll buzz you right in.
Alrighty then.
Feel free to have a look around, ma'am.
Hey, you think they keep any spare parts down here? Just wondering.
Witzig. Da bist du. Und ein Guard. Irgendwas interessant. Ich glaube, wir müssen echt aufhören mit alles klauen. Keine Zeit dafür. Stehen nur noch interessante Sachen.
Is fight night still on then?
Yeah, we're on.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ooh.
The biology of this sprat is highly unusual. This sprat has been in contact with multiple parasites, yet shows no symptoms of infection.
Spreads do have highly adaptive immune systems.
An excellent point, Inspector. The unique immunological subsystem found in sprats is advantageous in fending off parasites, pathogens, and other biological threats.
Not got any idea what's going on with this spread.
Sprats are hardy little shits. Their immune system fights off pretty much everything.
Why is it so big?
A cursory analysis of this organism's anatomy suggests it was bred deliberately for its unusually large size.
What would anyone want an unusually large sprat
Based
for?
on slug records of board-issued punitive sanctions against sublight salvage and shipping, this sprat is most likely intended for cage fighting.
Interesting. Okay. So. Genau, wir klauen nur noch interessante Sachen und Munition.
I guess they use this place to unwind. A cargo container, though? You think they'd get in trouble if they were caught.
Das ist eine Sonderwaffe. So.
Hey there, little buddy.
Bist du einfach nur Slugworker, okay. Die sind auch für uns alle nicht interessant. Raptidon Erotica. Are you kidding me? Das ist alles etwas gruselig. So. So. Achso, wir haben... Uns fehlen 12 Punkte bei Hacken. Bei Lockpicking. Hat man da nicht irgendwas... Mal das hier, Stealth Skin. Dann müssen wir eigentlich noch ein...
Hell of a job.
Hack Terminal. So, wie viele Hacken-Punkte haben wir eigentlich? Incoming. But again, Pan Soda. I'll never understand where you get the energy to care about this shit, Tinsley. I don't know what to tell you. Pretty much the only ones that handle any cargo are the mechanicals. You can look them if you want, but even I have better things to do to help you exact justice and avoid damn pen thief. What a missing cargo is just random shit this time we lost. Couple of purple berries, you can see pattern. That I am case to the other day, not one of them went missing, so it's not like the skimmers going for the most expensive cargo. Shit's getting skimmed from the crates before they make it inside freight storage and processing. Could be someone breaking the shipyard at night, you think? I'll tell whoever snuck over to the shipping yard and messed with the loading or automax to go to hell, will you? Break it down enough as it is, and I'll be damned if I'm going to haul cargo around myself. Outgoing. In case there must be a problem with the automax, I'll swing by when I can see how it's malfunction besides you. Okay. Well, funny to see an automac dance. Not my fault, they're so damn easy tag. Here's a list of what's gone missing so far, at least everything I've noticed. See what I mean What about there not being a patter? 8 cases of purple berry punch, 2 boxes of blue pens, 16 pallets of cacao milk, 300 small portrait images, Woolrich S, Allied shipping instructions, handle with care. Lord, I looked. 40.5. 3 Mark 7 cranial protectors, 7 sets protective clothing, harness, 2 cases of lemon slap, 10 Space's Choice sabers, blasting agent, stuck metabars, nanospank. I ask you, Benton, who would steal nanospank, let alone pictures of Spencer Woolrich? Thief was skimming from the cannon of all people. I figured they were doing it for kicks and giggles. Okay.
You're the inspector, aren't you? Boss Kincannon said you'd be by about the cargo that's been going missing. Gosh, this is so neat. A real-life inspector. What's that like? Have you solved any mysteries yet? Ever had to shoot a suspect?
I shot a lot of people. Why don't we focus on stopping those cargo thefts?
Right, of course. Just tell me how I can help.
What's the culprit been stealing?
That's the weird part. There's no pattern far as I can... I ask you, who would steal a handful of Spacer's Choice sabers, so dull they can barely cut mud, but leave the spectrum black? Ugh. Who'd be desperate enough to want to steal a Spacer's Choice saber, full stop?
The criminal mind is strange and unknowable. Or sounds like our personal fencing is on goods.
Yeah, probably not. No one's dumb enough to think Spacer's Choice sabers are worth half a damn. Then there's the most recent theft. 5 boxes of pens and a couple of sodas. I can't decide which one's sadder.
Maybe our purpose desperately low in ink?
I wish they hadn't stolen the blue pens. We can never keep enough of those in stock.
Who has access to the cargo?
Everyone here at Freight Storage and Processing, for a start. Thing is, the cargo is going missing before the shipments even get to the warehouse. Best I can figure, it's probably getting lost in the shipping yard. As for who has access there, Benton Chan, he's the shipping yard manager, he told me it's mainly just the loading automechs that handle cargo.
Could Benton have anything to do with it?
Nah, Benton's too lazy for crime. The extra work would kill him. Last time I asked him to check the automechs, the whole head told me he couldn't help because he was dead.
Is he dead?
Brain dead, maybe. But no. My point is that if you think the automechs are a lead, you'll have to check on them yourself. Hopefully, you're mechanically inclined.
Okay, any idea why someone would want to bug Cedric's office?
Maybe they're keen on cashing out and want to go as painfully as possible. I don't know. Boss Kincannon's office is where he holds most of his meetings with important folks like Miss Helen. Just about all negotiations happen in his office too. Vendor pricing, major...
Okay, that's enough for now.
Oh!
Anything on there I should know about?
Oh no. I forgot to delete all of those incriminating messages I sent about which cargo to steal. Nah. I do have a list of cargo that's gone missing though, if that helps any.
Die ist ja nett. So, gut, dann haben wir das jetzt hier gemacht. Können jetzt hier au und raus hier. Ups, hälfte zu viel. Schauen wir mal nach den Auto Mechanicals. Von oben, ey. Merkt man vielleicht so ein bisschen. Warte mal, da bist du?
Timeline discrepancy. Inspector, this loading automechanicals programming does not match factory default settings. The standard defensive protocol has been modified to include an additional trigger.
Define standard defensive protocol.
For Type K-19 cargo transport automechanicals, defensive protocol is triggered by attempted interference with cargo, or its transportation, or attempted destruction of the unit. Once triggered, defensive protocol targets the perpetrator and applies lethal force until the target has been deceased for a minimum of 3 minutes.
Okay. What's the new trigger?
There is a directive in place to initiate defensive protocol should an unsanctioned data log installed in this automechanical be removed.
Scan for signs of unusual behavior.
Slug automechanical maintenance records indicate this particular unit is frequently reported as out of position or missing for periods of time.
Let's have a look.
Loading automechanical unit K-14 is fully operational. How can this automechanical...
Okay. Lock the...
Access panel is open. Please be sure...
View the most recently added data log.
Data log 17C. Alert. Failsafe protocol triggered. Kill...
I have a question.
Understood. This unit is programmed to facilitate user queries. Kill mode, pause. User termination, to follow.
What's on the data log you just ejected?
The ejected data log contains instructions to move cargo shipment 6, 8, 7, 5 outside the boundaries of the shipping yard. It also contains instructions to move randomized cargo shipments outside the boundaries of the shipping yard at intervals of 1 to 4 days.
Okay, what was in shipment 6875?
Apologies. This unit does not have access to cargo inventory lists.
Thanks. I believe I owe you a fight.
Kill mode re-engaged. Have a nice day.
Incoming! Here goes nothing!
Schnauze.
Attacking! That didn't work! Patch yourself up! Get up!
Was? Warum bin ich denn gestorben? So ein Unsinn. So. Ja, eventuell über...
That ain't working! It's too tough! No! Protect her! This'll be fun!
So.
Covering you!
Okay.
Security. Automech destroyed.
Bonus. Oops. Yep. Hallo, Hannibal, wie geht's dir denn? Schön, dass du da bist. Gerade ist so Shooty, ne? Ich glaube, wir müssten tatsächlich mal unsere Rüstung anziehen. Aber wie war dein Stream? Ich hoffe doch gut. So. So, das heißt, wir ziehen jetzt hier mal fette Rüstung an. Die gut dienen selbst. Ja, kann nicht klagen. In Combat. Oh, shoot.
Here I go! Covering you! I hit! Nice work!
Au. Das wird jetzt eine Weile brauchen. Sorry, Leute. Ich kann die nämlich leider dummerweise nicht umziehen. Ich kann nur mich selber umziehen. Ach ja.
I am a dog.
Yes. I am a dog.
I am a dog.
You got it, Captain!
Nein. Ach, warte mal. Haben wir nicht einen Safe Gang früher, damit wir die noch eben ausrüsten? Ja, komm, hier. Machen wir das hier. Habt ihr diese? Ja. Das ist der Techno-Dog. So, ich, dingsel gerade ein bisschen mit, Dingen rum. So, also, hier, wir ziehen uns das an. Und du ziehst... Hä, oh Gott, nee, jetzt ernsthaft? Wir können das nicht irgendwie nach gescheitem... nach Rüstungswert sortieren? Das ist aber ein bisschen dumm. Dann kann ich das hier nicht nach Rüstungswert sortieren. Willst du mich verarschen? Okay, und hallo Aceton. Hier geht's denn.
Timeline is Inspector.
Ja, das haben wir ja. Lockpick. You. Wait, I have a question.
Here they come! We're not getting careful, you're hurt! You got it, Captain!
Das sieht halt komplett weird aus.
Making it.
Last of him? Endlich. Das war gerade ein dummer Fight. Okay, also, dann dürft ihr jetzt wieder bitte eure gescheite Kleidung anziehen. Dankeschön. Und zwar... Party, diesmal im grünen Anzug. Und... Nayoka. Nee. Und wir ziehen auch hier unsere Glasses und... Das sieht so viel cool aus. Ja, was machst du denn, Aceton, heute? Ich hoffe, du hast bisher einen schönen Tag gehabt, eine schöne Woche. Kommst gut mit der Hitze zurecht. Aktuell sind ja viele am Jammern wegen Hitze. Spaceport security protocol checklist. Wait for docking procedures to finish, including ship captain wiring their docking fee. Greet the captain of the docked ship and request their docking fee. If repeat visitor, charge double the docking fee. Will not be contacted in advance. Retrieve cargo manifest. Charge a flat percentile-based tariff on each piece of cargo. Charge double if captain was surly. If captain complains for any reason, call Slug Fixes. Offer cargo insurance for a 5,000 bit fee. If captain declines, notify Slug Fixes to rearrange their cargo later. Retrieve loading mechanicals to move cargo to shipping yard. Open and inspect cargo. Anything not mentioned in cargo manifest, including stowaway vermin or additional cargo and parts at 2,000 bit fee per pound of cargo. / individual animal found. If no additional unmentioned cargo is found, plant your own. Voll gut. Okay. Wissen wir mal, wie hier beschissen wird. Dankeschön. Gut zu wissen. So. Okay, das heißt, wir haben jetzt mal rausgefunden. Warte mal, du. Ach ne, du willst nichts mit uns zu tun haben. Sehr gut. Ne, gar nicht. Ich habe immer die Schranken vertrage ich nicht. Ja, glaube ich dir. Die gehen hier ziemlich allen auf den Piss. So.
Inspector, to what do I owe the pleasure?
I sold your cargo skimming issue.
Ooh, I love this part. The big reveal. So tell me, what happened?
You've got a serious security problem.
What makes you say that?
Somebody bypassed this loading mech security system and rewired them to skim random goods.
Damn, you're good. Hacking the automechs. So that was our skimmer's game. But why? Everything that was stolen has seemed random. I certainly see no pattern.
The culprit didn't want you to. It was a cover-up.
A cover-up. I see. The random theft was a smokescreen to hide what the culprit really wanted. I must say, Inspector, you've done excellent work on this case. Then that just leaves how the culprit knew where their true target would be, or indeed, that Slug would soon possess it.
Check your pocket.
Okay, that's very impressive. Don't ever touch me again. Am I right to think what you found in my office earlier was the other half of this listening device?
Sure was. Whenever this device belongs to, that's our culprit.
Not quite, Inspector. That listening device belongs to me. I lent it to Halcyon Helen to assist her with role research.
And she used it to research slug shipments instead. I get it. She died before she could.
That, or she never intended it to stop. Impossible to know now. Unbelievable. I helped her. Gave her whatever she needed. I thought we were doing each other a good turn.
I doubt it was personal.
This is a betrayal, Inspector. I do not take betrayal lightly. Helen should consider herself very lucky indeed that she is already among the dead, and that some other bastard beat me to putting her in the ground.
Dangerous talk for a man under investigation for Helen's murder.
Halcyon Helen is already dead. If I'd known Helen was stealing from me, I may very well have killed her, or had her killed. Alas, I did not.
Or maybe you did know, and all this is just for show.
Oh, that is good, Inspector. Now you are thinking in the manner you must if you intend to get to the bottom of this mess. I wish you luck with your investigation, though I doubt you'll need it. You'll find Helen's murderer. I'm confident of that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must find a way to excise my anger that minimally damages my business empire. I expect it will involve shooting quite a lot of guns.
Okay. Das Ding ist, wir müssen jetzt mal rausfinden, was sie klauen wollten. Und ich glaube, in dem... ursprünglich hier in dem Log stand doch mal drin, ouch, was da drin war. Dann werden wir da hingehen. So. Ja. So, genau. Das heißt, wir gehen jetzt hier hoch. Reden mal mit den Dings. Und schauen wir mal. Ja, genau. Haben wir das nicht schon gehackt gehabt? Scheinbar nicht. Hier brauchen wir 5. Das war doch das. Nein. Wo war denn der Hacking? Not going. Missing cargo list. Six, 8, 7, 5, oder? Hm. So. Jetzt hat mich natürlich nicht aufgefasst. Habt ihr auch gepasst, welche Nummer das hatte? Es war doch, glaube ich, 6875. Dummerweise steht es jetzt hier nicht mehr drin. Oder? Da, 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 da. Das Problem ist, ich weiß auch nicht, in welcher Reihenfolge das hier gerade. Äh. Hm. Das ist jetzt etwas unpraktisch. Aber ansonsten, was hätten sie sonst klauen können? Also ich weiß, es war eine 6, 8 und ich glaube, es war eine 7 mit drin. Ich glaube schon diese Blasting Agents. Okay, das heißt, wir wissen jetzt, was sie geklaut haben? Autsch. Okay, das heißt, wir haben diesen Bereich geklärt. Wir könnten uns jetzt wieder beim Administrator melden, aber ich will lieber erst alle Dinge herausfinden, bevor ich mit ihm rede. Journal. No. Hier müssen wir dafür. Also wir springen hier rüber und dann rennen wir mal rüber. Wir müssen hier raus erst. Können wir... Ah, okay, wir können hier gar nicht drüber springen.
Opening fire! Nice hit! So you happy, Ned? Down they go! Want to be your friend!
Oh yeah, that's funny.
And
I just wanted to
we're
make
live.
you smile.
Okay.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
So much. So much. So. We're still
Hey,
on.
Inspector.
Stay around. Yes. So. 2500. Das macht ja tatsächlich mehr Schaden als das, was wir haben. Es war schade, dass wir schon wieder Top-Level, so das Max-Level erreicht haben. Noch 20 Punkte übrig, was mal. Ich meine, wir könnten. Ist die Frage. Warte mal, nee, wir sind Heavy Weapons, ne? Ups. Wird. Oder? Das Heavy. Das Long Guns und das Heavy. Ja, aber ich spiele eigentlich hauptsächlich Heavy Weapons. Machen wir das mal auf 60. Ich meine, was soll man sonst machen damit? Ich fände es cool, wenn man einfach das Level noch erhöhen könnte.
Oh, look here. I could use a new pair of glasses.
Can't imagine where you misplaced your old pair.
Hey, you. Come take a look. Hey, you look like you need some stuff. Fancy watch? Spare cufflink? Single earring? You want it, I've got it.
Mm-hmm. What's all this junk?
Junk? My friend, this is not junk. These are people's prized possessions. Priceless personal effects, beloved souvenirs and knickknacks.
So how did you come by them?
Huh? Oh, well, some of the guests left this stuff behind.
You mean you stole it?
I would certainly not admit to that, even if it were true. Take a look for yourself.
Mm-hmm. You doing okay?
Me? Oh, sure. Terrific. Never better. And as soon as I pay off my docking fines, I'll be back on my feet and in my ship.
Docking fines?
So it turns out Slug has some pretty strict rules on vehicle docking, and I may have broken a few of them. Who'd think Slug would be so strict?
Well, they can make a profit if they're strict.
Let's see. There's docking without prior authorization, double docking, docking into adjacent vessels, docking while under the influence of alcohol, docking while under the influence of caffeinoids, and loitering.
Wow.
And that reminds me that I've got delinquency fees accruing on top of the original docking fines. Which is why I'm hoping you'll purchase my fine wares.
Nö, davon brauchen wir ja wirklich nichts. Oh, das da könnten wir. 5000. Ja, wir kaufen trotzdem. Wie sieht das denn aus? Ich hoffe, das sieht es auch mal. Ja, das hier ist die Standard Grand Colonial. So hässlich. Dafür habe ich gerade 5000 Dings gezahlt. Nee. Nee. Leute. Gibt einen Grund. Ein Geizkram. Warte, habe ich es jetzt noch gekauft? Dammit. Kommst du irgendwie vor? Diese Poster sind halt echt cool gemacht. What the fuck? Nö, jetzt ernsthaft? Da. Ach ja. Ich habe irgendwie dazwischen vergessen zu speichern. Ja, so ist das halt.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
So much, so much. Es sind ja auch mehr von den Leuten diesmal.
Here we go!
Nice shot, Captain!
I will show you happiness!
Solid kill! I just wanna... I am a storm!
You got it, Captain!
So.
I just want to be your friend!
So. Dann lass den auch nochmal aus den Socken. Dankeschön.
You okay, Captain?
Ja, hat doch gut geklappt jetzt. So. Ja, wirklich spannend, dass es noch niemand aufgefallen ist, hier die ganzen Gegner. So, hier. Okay. So, und ich glaube, das hier. Das. LMG. Warte, gilt das eigentlich trotzdem als Heavy Weapon? Ja. Stimmt, wir wollten ja hier. Und Black Yoshi, vielen, vielen Dank für dein Follow und herzlich willkommen bei uns hier im Game Lab. Ich weiß nicht, warum da kein Follow Alert kam, aber ja. Trotzdem, herzlich willkommen.
Oh, look here. I could use a new pair of glasses.
Hey, you look...
Langweilig.
Nice try, but you can't haggle... Huh? I take a look. And it's... Who... Well, I'm sure they'll go easy, but say, maybe you could help a stranger...
So.
Don't mess with us.
Da war wirklich was. Ich dachte, ich finde jetzt hier eine Spread und nicht so ein Riesenviech. Warum hat...
Say, weren't you looking for a new hat?
Indeed. And that looks just like my old one.
What a
Yes.
fortunate find, eh?
Hallo? Warum liegen die hier alle rum? Das gibt's nicht. Die stehen hier überall in der Gegend rum. Ist das niemandem aufgefallen hier? Allen
If you
Bums
lose
gewesen.
anything else, it's good to know we can purchase a replacement here.
Aha, so good. Irgendwo habe ich doch nur so ein Viech gehört. Ja. Nicht? Okay, anscheinend habe ich hier keins von diesen Vielen gehört. Oh, nö. So. Seltsam. So, aber ja. Black Yoshi, kennst du denn schon die Outer Worlds, Murder und Eridanos, beziehungsweise überhaupt schon noch das Grundspiel, die Outer Worlds? Ich spiele hier gerade den DLC, sind beim 4. Stream bisher. Und hoffentlich kriegen wir es dieses... Ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob wir es diesen Stream zu Ende bekommen, muss ich zugeben. Ich zweifle gerade so ein bisschen auch. Das scheint doch schon so ein langes Spiel zu sein. Also so ein größerer DLC irgendwie. Bei dem anderen hatten wir es, war es schneller durch. Gerade als Engineer, Security. So, ja, Point of Interest. Überall hören wir Spreads. Spread.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Coolio. Mann. So, dann schauen wir uns nochmal hier an.
Discrepancy detected. Rizzo's company policy clearly states that all proprietary mascots must exhibit signs of physical life.
Puncture wounds near his collarbone. I'm having trouble finding an exit wound.
Excellent observation, Inspector. Have you deduced a possible cause of death?
Firearms, not a conventional weapon either.
Unusually small entry wounds indicate exotic weaponry. Closest approximations are 1. Incident involving a game of darts. 2. The Needler.
The Needler.
Yes, Inspector. The Needler. Bespoke handgun carried and wielded by Halcyon Helen. Famously deployed by Halcyon Helen in Terror on Monarch. This weapon was responsible for executing the Chief of the Savages, played by Spencer Woolridge.
Amplifier, before we go, do you think he'd miss this outfit?
This unit is incapable of providing ethical advice. This unit is also incapable of answering rhetorical questions.
I'll take his synth. It's potential adverse. Yeah. Alright, let's get out of here. Ah, schade. Er ist jetzt nicht nackt. Also, ich hätte jetzt erwartet, dass er halt nichts mehr anhat. Wir können jetzt Unsinn anhaben. Sehr gut. Was hier überall stehen Leute rum, aber nein.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
That was quick.
This empty bottle of spirits does not belong to any known corporate brand. Suspicious residue detected.
High concentration of ethanol. Someone's brewing moonshine with antiseptics.
Excellent deduction, Inspector. Imbibing of unauthorized beverages is strictly prohibited under Rizzo's company law. Ingredients include antiseptic alcohol, sucrose, and unidentifiable miscellaneous organic material. Closest match. Counterfeit spirits available at the Piraeus spaceport.
Okay.
Wish I had a telescope like this back in the Vale. Of course, the company probably would have scrapped it for parts.
So, lass uns mal das Terminal reinschauen. Heck. Logs. Clear skies. Distant storm. Fate instead around it. How about the unofficial logs? I've password logged the directory. Pretty sure no one in management can crack it, even if they do start checking on us. Have fun, P. Celebrity sightings. I saw Spencer Woolridge order 4 different meals and send them all back with a refined palate. As I was enjoying a spectrum on the terrace, the star rubies aren't just like the rest of us. Some of the rangers starting tussling in one of the fountains. The garden Ultimax spent hours propping flowers back up. What fun, guys. Station bingo. Initial, if you see one of the following on your shift, first to 3 wins. Teacup cannons and matching outfits. D. Should really make sense. Someone falling off edge of island. Tries in greenhouse. H or windows. Why would anyone do this? Terror ray slams into hotel window. Raptidon or Primal on Hotel Island. Also, okay. Bisher noch nicht so viel daraus gelesen. Ich hätte gehofft, dass wir mehr erfahren. Oh, guck mal. Hier ist eine verschlossene Türe. Hier war eine verschlossene Türe. Alles geklaut. Ich hatte jetzt irgendwie mehr in der Türe offen. Aber okay. Das Dumme ist jetzt, wir müssen jetzt hier rüber dingsen. Fast Travel rüber zum Spaceport. Mal schauen, was daraus wird. So. Und dann schauen wir mal unten in dieser Kantine nach. Au. Was ist das? Ach so, du bist Black Hole Bertie?
What do you want?
You're Black Hole Bertie, right?
Not so loud! How'd you know it was me?
Do you have any idea how many tossball posters your face is on?
That's what the disguise is for. I'm in no mood to sign autographs, and I hate disappointing fans. So I'm lying low. You know, incompleto.
Incognito. You're about as this guy that's a sprat in a wig.
Well, they ain't talking to me, at least. Oh, what's it matter? Helen's gone. She's gone and nothing I do will bring her back. I've been trying to find who did this. That's what she would do. track down the killer, and bring them to justice. But I'm stumped. And not very clever. Being bright was always Helen's thing.
Oh, das klingt wirklich traurig. Also entweder ist er ein guter Schauspieler, wofür er nicht bekannt ist, und das ist wirklich traurig. Der arme Junge. I don't need you to be clever, just honest.
That I can do. What do you want to know? So, how do I help?
What were you doing the night that Helen died?
I was getting blotto with the rest of the Rangers.
What?
You know, soaked, muddled, preserved.
Blutered, half shot, void lush, on the Byzantine swizzle. Starry. 1 bit down, 3 bits up, spread across the spectrum. Top heavy. Should I go on?
Nur noch Brei. Ah. Aber wenigstens werde ich gewonnen, ne? I get it. He'd been drinking. Thanks, Naoka.
The team noticed I was in a bad way when I got back to the hotel. When I told them Helen and I were Splitsville, they wanted to cheer me up. We were up the pole afore evening. The hotel staff said we was bothering the other guests on account of all the crying and yelling and practice body tackling. Zeke said we should move elsewhere, get some air.
Ah, du bist weitergekommen. Okay. Ran, was für eine Diskussion hast du denn? Zu was für ein Thema? Where'd you go?
We ended up at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. I think somebody wanted to pet a woolly cow. There was this one cow off away from the others. Zeke figured it'd be a laugh to get her drunk. One thing led to another, and I think we might have maybe, you know, stolen her.
Så det borde cow in a VIP-flåsjording.
Oh, wow! That's real clever of you to figure out. Helen would have liked you, I'd wager. Say, is the cow okay?
You got a woolly cow drunk. Woolly cows are not supposed to get drunk.
It was wrong of us. I hope she doesn't have a hangover or nothing. My memory's a little muddled after that.
That's schon
Guess
cute.
me and the
Come
team
on.
got split up, because I know I was on my own at the pilot house for a time.
Could anyone from the palace house pick that up?
I reckon not. See, I went to the weather station. I was looking for where Helen stashed her data pad for safekeeping, right? She'd asked me to get it, mind. I wasn't stealing. I'm no thief.
Why do you think she couldn't get it herself? Oh wait, you're telling me Helen dumped you and then asked for a favor?
Nah, she sent a note to my hotel room before we, you know, split. I don't know how long it was sitting there before I noticed.
I get it. You thought doing her a favor would smooth things over.
She needed something done, and I could do it. Simple as that, okay? I found the data pad at the weather station, like Helen said, but then a guard found me. She started yelling about how I was trespassing and in serious trouble. Thing is, it was real dark out there. So dark, she couldn't tell who I was.
You sure this guard couldn't ID you?
Real sure. It was dark as night gets. Plus, I've got small veins.
Huh?
Anyway, I didn't much feel like trying to explain why I was out there, or why I was drunk, and holding someone else's data pad, and also maybe crying a little, so I booked it. Ran like the Rangers were down by 3, and I just bronzed the toss ball in the Friday zone.
Well, I know you. Did anyone else see you that night? Think hard. Anyone? Anywhere else?
Yeah, I mean, no. Nope. No one else.
I would have to be dead to not realize it's a lie.
Can we pretend I didn't mention that? I don't want to tell you. I'll get in trouble.
What do you think, Pavati? Up for a little good inspector, bad inspector?
Good one, Captain. Oh, you're serious? You want me to be the bad inspector? Are you sure?
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at determination here. Come on, give it your best shot.
Oh, fine. I'll do my best. Here goes nothing. Look, Mr. Black Hole, sir. If you know anything about Ms. Helen's death, you need to tell us. 'Cause the inspectors, real determined to hunt the killer down, and you seem like a real kind-hearted man, and I'd hate to see you get caught up in this mess.
I apologize, ma'am, but I'm confused. I thought your boss was the good inspector?
Sorry, I messed up, didn't I?
Don't worry about it. I shouldn't have pushed you.
I'm confused. Which is how I always feel watching detective serials, so I think you're doing this right. Look, I talked to Auric, okay? Auric West. Hangs out around the spaceport. He's the one who taught me the breathing exercises I use to calm down.
How was that so hard?
I feel like you want me to say no, but yeah, you definitely made it difficult. Don't get the wrong idea, okay? Auric's not a bad guy. He's just got an unusual job. So now you have the whole story. After I talked to Auric, I went back to the hotel. Woke up the next morning with Helen's data pad in my hand and the hangover to end all hangovers. Don't know if I'll ever drink again.
Can you give me the data pad? Oh, isn't that beer you're drinking?
Oh, I mean the hard stuff. Beer doesn't count. Anyway, you ought to take Helen's data pad. Maybe you'll have better luck understanding her notes. Either she was writing in code or I'm dumber than a bag of hammers. I tried for hours to crack her notes, but it's like I said. Being bright was Helen's thing.
There's still a gap in your timeline, Bertie. I'm not sure Blackout would cut it.
I know that. But you gotta believe me. I would never hurt Helen, no matter how drunk I was. You could preserve me in Spectrum Brown and I wouldn't even look at her funny. I want to help you find her killer, Inspector. I knew Helen better than anybody. And it could be handy to have a guy like me around, in case anybody gives you trouble.
Start threatening witnesses, not throw you in jail myself.
I'm not threatening nobody. Gee, you try to help someone out. I'll head back to the Grand Colonial then. Unless you need me for anything else.
I have a few more questions.
What do you want?
Why do you have to mascot pull that little stunt over the recording in Helen's room?
I remember sending her the recording, but law, I was halfway to preserved by then. I don't know what was on it. When I realized what I'd done, I panicked. If I'd said something dumb, folks might think I was involved in her death. I was scared of looking suspicious.
So you had a man break into Helen's old room to cover it up.
I wish that were the dumbest thing I ever did, but it's not.
Okay, that's enough. So, das heißt, wir haben jetzt schon mal. Wo ist Auric West? Was hier? Da drüben? Sehr gut. Ach ja, du hier.
Hey there. You looking to unwind, friend? Maybe you're on your way to the... Maybe you're interested in something a little better than...
What you selling?
The name's Auric. I deal in, shall we say, holistic pharmaceuticals. natural substances and the like. You know, alternative stuff.
Sieht ein bisschen
I
krank
know,
aus, der Typ.
I know. Ooh, it came out of the ground. That's where worms live. Why go for that homegrown shit when you could be pumping your body full of effort accelerators? Says it right on the Anti-Cleo's box. Better than nature, right? Well, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, pal. Those pharmaceuticals the corporations manufacture?
Okay. Really?
Alternatives. That's the way to go, pal.
What alternatives do you sell?
What do I sell? I've got premium shit, my friend. Vitamins like you wouldn't believe. Calcium, vitamin D, reverse vitamin D. I got You got stress problems? I got stress solutions. Aromatherapy. Eases the mind. Diluted mantisaur essence. Best kept secret in the business. And if you're a real freak, techniques to calm yourself by fooling your own mind. If they can tame the rage of a certain well-known tossball star, they can help anybody.
Okay. I'd like to ask you some question about Bertie Orgom.
Wait, you ain't a sheriff, right? You gotta tell me if you're a sheriff.
What makes you think I'm a sheriff?
'Cause you talk like one. I'd like to ask you some questions. No one says that outside of the serials.
I didn't bring you any trouble, just want to talk?
All right, fine. Yeah, I know Bertie. So what?
Heard you taught Bertie some breathing techniques.
Yeah, that was me. Bertie's got a temper, but he's not a bad kid, you know? He's trying to work on it.
How do you know Bertie?
He may or may not buy alternatives from me from time to time. A little diluted mantisaur essence here, a little vitamin B negative there.
What for?
He's stressed out of his mind, the poor guy. Everyone knows his name. Can't turn around without having to sign an autograph. And then you throw in playing tossball for a living. Violence like that, it does things to a body. It does things to the head.
Okay, what do you mean tossball does things to the head?
Come on. Bertie's a damn good hacker, but taking that many blows to the noggin would scramble anyone's upstairs business. I know it's knocked a few of his memories loose. I worry about him, that's all. He's a good kid. Got a good heart.
Was Bertie with you the night Halcyon Helen was
Yeah.
killed?
Damn shame about that. Bertie thought the world of Helen, you know. He showed up drunk at my place wanting to talk about the breakup. Helen dumped him, he said. Boy, was he in a bad way. I'd never seen him like that before. We talked for a while, and when he felt better, I sent him back to the hotel. Told him to drink more water and get some sleep.
Es klingt jetzt tatsächlich nett hier. Skandalös. Skandalös. Genau, dann schauen wir noch hier rüber. Weil da haben wir jetzt hier noch die letzte große Quest. Und müssen wir rausfinden, wie wir es lösen. So, weil wir haben hier noch die Productivity Queen. Hallo? Dankeschön. Mal hin. Irgendwo da hinten hin. Was haben wir gemacht? Okay. Vielleicht finden wir auch den Automechanical irgendwo hier. Das heißt, Tourist. Kurz dachte ich, hier ist ein Loch bei der Reflexion. So, Omega lurkt jetzt auch. Dann viel Spaß, was auch immer du machst. Und genau. Hoffe, du hast dabei einen schönen Abend. So. Ist hier irgendwas Interessantes? Nur Wüste scheint mir. Was bist du denn? Eine Lederbohr. Okay.
They'll never see us.
Good score, Cap!
Here goes nothing!
Knock das Viech mal aus, damit wir das in Ruhe jetzt killen können.
Got him all.
Okay. Gut, gut, gut. Genau, das ist der Grund, warum ich hauptsächlich mit so normaler Kleidung hier rumrenne, weil die Viecher sind schon eher so einfacher zu besiegen, weil wir so starke Waffen haben.
I see a nail!
This is bad! I am a storm! Hell of a shot!
So. Nachladen und weiter geht's. Ich frage mich ja, was dieser Prophet hier will, hier so weit draußen. Spectrum Indigo mitnehmen.
Here we go!
Dürfte ich auch noch reinplatzen.
Covering you!
I'll fix you right up!
So, Uhr aus.
Everyone all right?
Säure frisst mich so ein bisschen. Aber naja, so ist das Leben. Ausgenockt.
Sorry!
Oh,
Bertie Holcomb couldn't have killed Miss Helen.
I doubt it.
Oh, I'm glad I ain't the only one feeling that way. He's got a good heart. He sounded like he was real fond of Miss Helen.
Yes, he did.
I just can't see him hurting her like that. Poor guy. I can't imagine what he's going through right now.
By the way, are you two related?
Oh boy, I used to get that question back in the Vale. I'll tell you what I told everybody else. Black Hole Bertie Holcomb and I are not related. Probably.
Okay. All right. So, warte.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Was wie?
Identifying human footprints leading out into the wilderness. It is unusual for productivity disciples to wander more than a few feet from the camp.
Oh, the Helens.
Scanning. No. Judging by footprint depressions and shoe size, these prints were either error, recalibrating.
Okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected. Additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Detected additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability.
Dann speichern wir mal und gehen hier rein. Wollen wir mal sehen, ob wir hier drin was finden. So, genau, für die Leute, die jetzt auch zuschauen. Ich hoffe, ihr habt alle ans Giveaway gedacht, by the way. Na, wenn ihr, also heute, letzte Chance, fängt los. Und dann könnt ihr nächste Woche etwas gewinnen aus meiner Keyliste. Dann Keys, die ich noch verlosen darf.
Captain, what is this place and why is everybody acting so strange? Oh, law. They ain't cannibals, right?
I hope not. I mean, not again.
The Prophet's treatments are intense. I nearly collapsed during the last session.
Wo ist ich?
Gotta keep going. I can feel my inner negativity seeping out of me. Breathe deep.
Okay. So, verkaufen wir wieder Unsinn. Hier, weg damit. Und... Stimmt, Determination. Wie viel Determination haben wir denn überhaupt insgesamt? Ah, leider nur 21. Das heißt, da kommen wir nicht hin. Und Simon, vielen Dank für den Follow. Herzlich willkommen bei uns hier im Game Lab. Schön, dass du da bist. How you doing?
Hirsch.
Und willkommen zurück,
The
Omega.
Prophet of Profitability has changed my life. Her seminars are worth every bit.
Hello, welcome to the Prophet of Profitability's Private Prosperity Retreat. Stay positive, and soon all your humors will be balanced. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. Anyway, I'm Aaliyah Mason. I work as the Prophet's right-hand woman. What can I do for you?
You can tell me what's going on. Can you tell me about the retreat?
If you felt imbalanced and unproductive, linger in your malaise no longer. We have all the amenities and practices for calming the ill humors strangling your potential. Sit for hours in our sweat house and sweat them out, or stand amidst burning coals and feel your productive inhibitions burn away. And remember, think positive. Positivity equals productivity equals profitability.
Du scheinst ja nicht so überzeugt davon zu sein. Do you know the Prophet well?
Of course. I've been studying under her for years. I know each of her techniques more or less by heart, and even have some variations of my own, such as the quintuple daily stomach purges. She's promised me that I'd be allowed to open my own branch of the retreat someday soon. Of course, I've been waiting on someday soon for coming up on 4 years now. I'm sure it's gonna happen anytime now.
What's up with positivity? You sound a little less than enthused.
Oh, terribly sorry if I gave you that impression. I had a cramp. It's better now. I mean, it might be nice if I had a little inclination of whether the Prophet appreciated all the cooking and cleaning and hours of meditation I do on a daily basis. But whatever she thinks isn't for me to question. I'll do my best to be more chipper.
Ja, klingt sehr überzeugend. I was hired to look into Halcyon Hallen's murder. I was going to ask you a few questions.
Oh my. Yes, this is important enough for me to delay my bi-hourly self-flagellation. Ask away.
The Prophet had some kind of feud with Halcyon Hallen, right?
Yes, the circumstances there are quite unfortunate. For a time, the Prophet was completely despondent. Even the hot coal walks weren't buoying her spirits as they usually do. However, we recently had a high-profile visitor whose presence seemed to alleviate whatever the prophet's fears were.
Who was it?
I'm actually not entirely certain. It was a surreptitious visit that stood out because it was surreptitious. Whoever it was must have paid the prophet quite a lot to keep things quiet. At least that's the only reason I can think of for intentionally keeping things so hush-hush.
Have you noticed any unusual behavior in the retreat lately?
Well, by and large, no. But something rather odd did happen regarding the prophet recently.
Well?
A few hours after our high-profile visitor arrived a couple of days ago, the prophet asked me to take over sessions for the remainder of the day. At first, I was excited. Thought it was my chance to show her what I could do in charge. But then I saw that she was deeply worried about something. No one saw her until the next day.
That's not good. Where were you at the time of the murder?
I was here at the retreat in the company of the other disciples and clients. I rarely have more than a few minutes of alone time. Which is fine, of course. I do what I do in the service of the prophet, who will, I'm sure, reward me for my sacrifice. Eventually.
Okay, that's all for now. So.
I noticed the prophet dragging something, a bundle, away from the retreat after that high-profile guest arrived. Normally, I'm the one who does her laundry, so it was strange. Especially because whatever she was dragging seemed oddly human-shaped.
Okay. Couldn't you have brought this information forward a little earlier?
I could have, but I generally don't have the time or energy to leave the reserve to contact anyone. Plus, there's always the possibility that I'm mistaken. The prophet hasn't been herself lately, but if I misinterpreted the situation and reported her improperly, I'd ruin my chances for opening my own wing of the retreat.
You're sure it was a body?
I think so. Had the right size and shape.
Okay, I'll look into it. What the fuck?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Battle of lingering phones and CD bar. Spoken quite over their next course of action. Their sort of voices soft beneath the din of the bar. The duo had just finished the last of paperwork on Helen's last job. Finding precise reports always raised their spirits. The trace led us here, and I suspect it will lead us no farther. Soon we will find the source of dissident's monsters, said Helen, a characteristic grin on her face. Let's hope your hunch is correct, Tim murmured, for I suspect that agents will not be far behind us. As if brought on by Tim's supposition, a frightful voice suddenly thundered throughout the room. Near the door loomed a giant and blood-stained man looking for all his worth like. He had fought his way through a Mantiqueen's den. It was Maximilian Mercer, well-feared dissident stooge, and he held two Spacer's Choice light pistols in his greasy hands. Okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected near. Analysis suggests this to be a variety of herbs. Herbs have been uniformly treated with a pungent chemical mix. Warning. Ingesting, smoking, or inserting non-corporation sanctioned substances into your ears may be harmful to your health.
Wait, ears? Burning these would generate some pretty toxic smoke.
Side effects from extended exposure include dizziness, nausea, and unconsciousness. Additional likelihood of organ shutdown and or death.
Okay, how would these most likely be used?
Prior analysis suggests these herbs reach peak effectiveness when users burn them and inhale the resulting smoke. Whether or not this increased effectiveness is good for an afflicted individual has yet to be determined.
Can you analyze the chemical these herbs are treated with?
Analyzing. Complete. Substance appears to be a mix of industrial solvents and various essential oils. Substances include woolly cow dander remover, sprat oil, and starship surface wax.
Okay. Taste the herbs. Difficult to chew, the flavour is less bitter than you would see like cherry kale with a singed aftertaste. Okay. It's actually slightly better tasting than your average can of saltuna, though, so are most boots.
Hypothesizing potential side effects from herb consumption. Most likely outcome, decapitation. Slight possibility of calculation error.
Right, make a note of it and let's move on. So, yeah.
Fruitful and productive welcome, sister. I had a feeling you would visit me.
Did you?
I offer a wide variety of productivity seminars. I hope you'll consider taking one. But I should remember my manners. To what do I owe the pleasure of the Special Inspector's arrival?
You are a suspect. Inspector who? Nice little Catman you got there. Why do you indoctrinate people?
We indoctrinate people in the back. Oh, wait. That was a jibe, wasn't it? With that said, I'd love to involve you in one of my productivity seminars. We should clear you of all those nasty, nasty humors hampering your potential.
You know I've been feeling like potential has happened regularly. What do you offer? Alright, humans? I don't think I understand.
As science has taught us, the body is made up of two things, flesh and humors. These humors are semi-fluids that, when improperly balanced, may cause you to function inadequately. By signing up for my seminars, you can balance these humors for only mildly inordinate and repeat payments. Cancellation is subject to repercussions.
What kind of repercussions?
Nothing you need concern yourself with, sister. It's all in the contracts. But of course, no one need subject themselves to such repercussions if they don't cancel. Regardless, can I interest you in a seminar?
I wanted someone peddling Sprat oil. I'd buy Sprat worst and waste my time.
Sprat oil? That is. We understand your decision and respect it. But those humors will cling to you. You'll find success with my seminars, or a quarter of your money back. Regardless, I do understand. Is there anything else I can help you with?
You've got some interesting herbs in here.
I'm pleased that you noticed. Excellent eye, sister. The compound they're treated with is my own invention, designed to unlock an individual's true productive potential when burned. I can't say any more. Trade secrets, you know.
So, they seem toxic. Toxic enough to potentially kill someone.
None of my clients have ever complained, so I'm sure they're perfectly safe.
Well, if
Is
they're
there
dead,
anything else?
If they're dead, how are they able to complain, you know? Someone said that they saw you dragging a human-shaped lump into your yurt.
Who said that? I'll be sure to give them a special seminar on not needlessly implicating the person who puts food on their table. It was a bundle of clothing, sister. Even productivity geniuses need to do laundry from time to time.
It's tough to get blood out of clothes. Answer me before I show you just how tough.
Perhaps it wasn't clothes, after all. I had a visitor, yes, but as it turned out, some of my productivity techniques were too much for them. I had to drag them out by hand. But their peers came and collected them shortly thereafter. I'm sure whichever attendee it was is perfectly safe now.
I'm going to ask you some questions about Halcyon Helen. Please answer
Oh?
truthfully.
I'm surprised. I wouldn't think the two of us would have much to discuss about her. We may have had some terse interactions before her death, which I most certainly regret. But beyond those, well, never mind. What would you care to know?
Did you contact Helen after you left the current colonial?
I did not. She had no interest in my seminars, and I had no interest in attempting to convert a stubborn actress. Why would I have had any cause to engage with her further?
You and Helen didn't get along
I
together?
wouldn't necessarily say that. The media tends to exaggerate. I will admit that her remark. However, I certainly wouldn't sharpen any sabers over it, if that's what you mean to imply. I only do that when my clients skimp on their bills.
Mhm. So, jetzt noch die Frage, wo sie in Zeit des
I've been at the
Mordes war.
Wilderness Exploitation Reserve for quite some time now. In fact, I haven't visited the colonial. I hope you now realize that I had nothing to do with him.
So, von daher. Schauen wir mal, ob wir die leicht finden. Das sollten wir relativ einfach finden. Wir haben ja hier diesen tollen Scanner. Der uns...
She said I must burn away.
Ah, ja. Das ist da. Was ist hier? Ist die Waffe raus? Was ist denn hier?
Nicely done.
Okay, anscheinend soll ich hier nicht durch. So. Okay. Shotgun. Nicht interessant. Ist hier irgendwas zum Lesen? Nee. Münzen. Ja, das ist ein bisschen unpraktisch für die Leute hier. Die folgen alle diesem Kult.
Incoming! Nice hit! I'll show you happiness!
To shreds, you say?
I just want to be your friend!
You got it, Captain! It's nothing personal, I swear.
Die sind halt echt überall die Scheißviecher. The world is beautiful beyond compare. I can see colors I never imagined existed. The sky is a voice is singing to me. I see the truth now. I see everything so clearly, so perfectly. The storms of Eridanos are notes in a great cosmic orchestra. The stars are the choir of the universe, and every word they sing is joy. Can't seem to stop smiling. I don't want to stop smiling. Ever. All that seems... Scheint ja eher so nicht so hilfreich gewesen zu sein hier mit dem... Last entry. Hier, okay, lass mal lesen. Dr. Amir Zhao, this is to inform you that Rizos has been notified of the expiration due to one or more of the following causes: violent physical trauma, accident encounter with local fauna, severe... For careful review, Rizos Office of Human Resources has approved the dissolution of your indenture employment contract in accordance with the Rizzo's company law, your closest living relatives will be rewarded the following. 1 regulation site crate of Rizzo's Spectrum Bound to be delivered within 6 to 8 weeks of product launch. Please note that as a gesture of gratitude for your service, your shipping and delivery fees have been waived. Your work on behalf of the Rizzo's Geological. Wow. Das wurde tatsächlich. Wow, die sind mal echt generös gewesen. Krass. Please note in accordance with Rizzo's company policy, supervisor clearance is a privilege, not also a right. Clearance may be revoked in the event of gross misuse, behavior contrary to data corruption and detector uses and access or generating access. Yes. Now, isolate passcode. Kavi. Okay. Memorize the password. Mal schauen, für was wir es brauchen können. Ist das vielleicht für hier? View Lab Notes. Continue. View Lab Note. Asks that one. Completed my final round of total immersion suspension exposure tests as expected. Eridanum gaseous dissolved in acid. Burns in fire and can be disintegrated or otherwise destroyed with N-rays or concentrated blasts of plasma. The creature is vulnerable when alone. However, bonding with the host evokes intensely protective behavior from that host. Safeguarding the parasite becomes the host's primary objective, even to the point of aggression and violence. The creature also seems well suited to long-term hibernation and immersion in the liquid suspension. Water and low-grade alcohols preserve the creature. Its metabolic systems, such as they are, slow to a halt. Once exposed to a host, the creature emerges from its dormant state and immediately attempts to attach itself to the host's nervous system. Long-term dormancy in an alcohol solution may prove useful to corporate. Prepare my report tomorrow. Uff, eklig. Ich weiß, wohin das geht. The parasite seems completely incompatible with the common Pratt. This is baffling and disappointing. I have a few theories. Pratt nucleotides are highly adaptive. Eridanum gaseous is a half-complete creature. Adaptive mutations in Pratt physiology render it a poor host to the parasite. Parting on discerning sense of taste and finds Pratt accordingly distasteful. Ridiculous to me, but not, strictly speaking, possible. Could both be true. I'm delirious. Well, we'll delete in the morning. Log 3. Continuing my search for more suitable hosts among common fauna, very promising results from terror rays. Their biological systems well suited to hosting parasite. My theory, the parasite enjoys exposure to the atmosphere of Eridanos and may be manipulating the terror rays into more frequent and aggressive flight. In every case, the parasite successfully manipulated production of hormones in the host's brain. I don't know how yet. Implications of a parasite manipulating its host troubles me. Its nervous system is exotic and difficult to understand. I can't quite shake the idea that a parasite does not require contact with its host in order to influence its behavior. A suitably large and complex specimen may be able to manipulate the mood of a sentient creature by proximity alone. Maybe. Possibly. These ideas are unscientific and founded on my own anxieties. My nightmares have been mudding my thoughts. Should seek treatment soon. Okay, also... Oh Gott. Ich habe mich kurz erschrocken, muss ich zugeben. Scheint ja hier jetzt... Ja. Na, also allein schon das Coverbild von dem Spiel sagt ja grob, was hier geplant war mit den... Mit den Parasites, dass man sie halt in den Alkohol reinpackt und dann ausliefert. Aber es ist halt auch wirklich gruselig, das dann hier nochmal zu lesen, dass da irgendwer Besoffenes auf die Idee kommt. So. Okay. Kommen wir hier raus? Jo. So.
Down they go.
Everyone all right?
Übel. Das war ein großes Hundelein. Seven is corporate authorized name Eridanos DLC to describe its lifestyle. Or we determine whether the creature is a viable flavoring agent, confection ingredient, or drinkable after fermentation. Rizzo's company branding department will provide a more consumer-friendly name. The life form is a parasite. The section reveals an incomplete system of rudimentary internal organs, a half creature, and fish accident of orthogenous. But how can this be? Eridanos is hostile to all life forms. Parasitism plus a rich biological diversity. I theorize that Eridanos gagesis is not truly endemic to the Eridanos planet, but was created in the organic waste of the same terraforming system that operates the atmospheric complex. Continuing my investigation, more reports of LA. Happy to be part of the Rizzo family. Oh, were you really happy though? Es ist super gruselig hier rumzulaufen.
I'm ready for this.
Nice one.
My legs! Here I go!
Hier knockt das Viech aus.
That's the last of them.
Es ist super creepy. Ich hätte so gar keine Lust hier zu arbeiten. Achso, stimmt, ich kam ja noch gar nicht mehr raus. Ich habe mich gerade gewundert, warum ich dann eigentlich noch nicht die Leiche von der Dings gefunden habe. Gehen wir hier raus. Ja, oh mein Gott. Bin mal gespannt, was wir hier noch finden.
I wonder what they use this bunker for.
Oh, ja. Okay, ich glaube für die Mantisaur-Drones, die muss ich dann wieder... Genau, hier sieht man es ja schon, dass die Parasiten in dem Alkohol mitschwimmen sollen. Das heißt, jeder, der es trinkt, bekommt so einen Parasiten eingepflanzt. Uah. Und wisst ihr was, wir können forschen einfach diese Höhle mehr. Dass wir rausgehen. Aber wir haben hier noch nicht alles gefunden. Ah. Okay, anscheinend gibt es auch nicht so viel hier. Wir hatten vorhin schon fast alles hier gesehen. ausnocken. So.
To shreds, you say?
Nice hit! That's the last of them! Get it off! Get it off!
Ja, das sind noch schon mal so ein bisschen intensivere Kämpfe. Launcher 3. Discovered several fascinating qualities of Eridanos gaseous. First, the parasite's internal biology is, for lack of a better term, highly modular. Yeah, Parasiten sind nichts Tolles. Oh mein Gott. Also, es ist so. Da gibt es so viele Videos von so Parasiten und mir macht es dann immer so. An elaborate system of organelles, nerve endings, blood vessels, and hormone receptors exists inside its flesh. When attached to a suitable host, the parasite behaves like a biological extension. A metaphor: imagine shoving a bypass shunt into the terminal. The shunt is the parasite, the terminal is the host. Second, the parasite's nervous system houses a string of kernel-like cells capable of receiving and transmitting neurons. What are the implications? Thought manipulation? Thought control? Third, I've noticed an ambient reverberation in the parasite's nervous system during periods of intense electrical activity in the Eridanos atmosphere. The larger specimens display a greater sensitivity. There's a direct correlation between the complexity of the parasite's nervous system and its size. Fourth, there seems to be no upper limit to the size of these parasites. I theorize that these caverns may have housed a particularly large specimen. And according with our company policy, beginning taste, ingestion taste, that's not. Alter, nee, das. Oh, warum isst du das? Dude, do not eat this. Seriously. Like, seriously, warum denkst du über danach, das zu essen? Es regnet gerade so? I don't know. Does it? Ist ja Mina? Ah, okay. Schön nix. Sturmwarnung. Ah, das sieht doch gut an. Ja, ich weiß nicht, ob ihr Sturmwarnung habt. Hat Heidelberg Sturmwarnung?
Here we go.
You got it, Captain! Don't mess with us!
Oh.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Judging by the shape of this indentation in the dirt, a person of medium height and build laid here for a number of hours. Scanning for other details. Only additional signs of disturbance are a few marks in the dirt.
I now imagine a thing, so does it seem like whoever was dumped he got up?
No sign of struggle or evidence of wildlife consumption of body.
Strange. Let's keep this in mind. Das heißt, wir haben jetzt ernsthaft nichts auf die? Okay.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Detected additional tracks belonging to the Prophet of Profitability.
Okay. So, reingehen. Das Ding ist, wir können das vermutlich gleich mit allen 4 Beschuldigungen zu Ludwig. Ah, jetzt höre ich Sturm.
The prophet says to...
I do not care what they say.
She said I must...
View messages from Bellamy Ruth. Prophet, I've talked with my agent. They've told me that what I said about your seminars, not taking them, actually lost you about 30% of your revenue for the next 3 months, with future losses projected. When I said I wasn't much interested in attending, I didn't realize that it hit you quite as hard as it did. Guess that's the price of stardom. Everyone listens a little extra to everything you say. I'm hoping if you've got the space, I might be able to attend one of your sessions today as a means of apologizing. I know that notice is short, but I'm hoping you can fit me in without too much inconvenience. Hey Prophet, Whittaker here. Wanted to ask how that mix of herbs I sent you has worked out. I was skeptical at first, but using them for meditation purpose, but hell, what do I know about productivity? That said, be sure to remember what I told you. Don't cut the herbs asymmetrically, hampers the texture. Don't leave them out in the sun, and for law's sake, make sure you keep the smoke dose small. Last thing you want is to accidentally send someone into a coma. Or worse, kill them. Be smart. Oh, und hallo Lasse. Schön, dass du da bist. Wie geht's denn? Prophet, the other attendees of Tripling Prophet through Transcendentalism, was Transcendentalism, and I have reconvened, and we're all in agreement your seminars are simply top-notch. We've seen 0.5% increase in each of our business and total profits since we attended your seminar together. Of course, with the price of materials, shipping and other costs involved, it boils down to more of a 0.1% increase, but an increase is an increase. If you ever decide to visit the Grand Colonial, you simply must let us purchase you a round of drinks. Thanks to you, we certainly have the bits for it. Und servus Lasse. Arthur, schön, dass du immer noch da bist. So, wir können jetzt hier die Dings hier zur Rede stellen, weil Ruth Bellamy ist hier gewesen.
Welcome back. I'm delighted to...
You said you had no further interaction with Helen before her death, right?
Yes, that's correct. She made it clear that my seminars were of no interest to her.
Really? So no messages from her or anything like that?
Your tone of voice seems to suggest that you have information already, which also suggests you've read my terminal. Whatever the case, I didn't care to mention Helen's change in decision because she never showed up. I don't see how it matters.
I followed your trail to where you dumped something.
Oh, really? What did you find there? What did I dump?
For profit, you certainly made some bad decisions. Heads up.
Clever work, Inspector. It seems even I can't slide my way out of the trap you've so intricately weaved. I admit it. I killed Helen. By mistake. Helen changed her mind and wanted to attend one of my sessions. I, knowing the importance of the seminar, desired to truly galvanize her, though not to stop her heart. So when it came time, I chose to double Helen's dosage of productivity-enhancing herbs. I left her to meditate, and when I returned, she was dead. After that, I entered a less than coherent state. One of my disciples, it seems, witnessed me as I dragged Helen's body out into the wilderness.
Did you shoot the body at any time?
Laws, no. I hate guns. If I ever wanted to kill someone on purpose, I would have used a blunt weapon. Nothing quite like clubbing someone over the head.
Okay. And are you sure Helen was dead?
I'm no medical professional, but that certainly seemed the case. Usually my customers at least writhe or mumble after a session. My productivity-enhancing herbs typically do induce sluggishness, but I suppose they must have been enough to do her in, if her constitution was truly that weak.
The wilderness. You didn't dump the body at the Grand Colonial?
Do you jest? The guests at the Colonial eat no shortage of strange things, but I think corpses are perhaps too strange. The creatures of the wilderness are much less picky. Besides, the hotel is ridiculously far. I couldn't have made it all that way without someone realizing I was dragging a corpse.
Ist problematisch. Ah ja. Lass die jetzt denn. Schafft auch wunderbar. Actually, I don't think you kill anybody. Certainly not Alan.
What? Is this some kind of joke? You're an inspector. It's your job to arrest me, isn't it?
The only thing you've done is to be completely negligent.
No. You can't trick me. I finally discovered what's happening. You've been paid off. Someone else learned that I killed Helen, and is going to use that information to blackmail me. You think I'm going to let this injustice happen? Ha! Tell the constable that I killed Helen. It's 1,000 times less miserable than whatever my enemies have planned.
Ja, da draußen ist gerade ordentlich Sturm. The constable's dead, but I guess if you want to be in prison, I can oblige you.
Yes. One step ahead as always, shadowy corporate figures. You'll never get my secrets. Never.
Okay. Whatever. Okay, aber jetzt haben wir dann tatsächlich für alle die Möglichkeit Report. Wir könnten noch das hier machen. Aber das Ding ist, wir werden vermutlich danach nochmal hier rausgehen müssen, weil ich glaube nicht, dass es jetzt das Ende ist. Ich hätte schon ein bisschen Bock, das Fenster zu öffnen. Aber will nicht, dass es hier so krass reinregnet. PD Feral Forests. Okay.
Here they come.
What? Who? Oh, wait. Oh, that's not good.
I am a storm. I see you now.
Ja, komm, knock den Großen nochmal aus. Vielleicht haben wir dann eine Chance.
Down they go.
Here I go.
Sehr schön. Ja, passt du doch mal rein. Dankeschön.
Covering you. Nailed it, Cap. Everyone all right?
So. Gut, dann haben wir das. Das. Irgendwo. Hier ist noch was gestorben, aber ist eigentlich auch egal. Ist auch noch gelootet. Mantis or Drone. Ne, die haben gerade Bock auf mich. Scheint mir. Die laufen nämlich in meine Richtung. Ist ein bisschen witzig, dass ich diesen Schwarm so betäuben kann.
Nothing personal,
Oh
I
no.
swear.
If it works, and I shall not be ungrateful. Oh, die jetzt ein bisschen zerfetzt. Sie, I guess. So, rennen wir mal rüber zu diesem Roboter. Ist auch so ein halber Zungenbrechersatz. Nur so ein halber. Deswegen sollte ich ja eigentlich keine Probleme haben, ihn zu sagen. Dass er nur ein halber ist. Ein ganzer wäre schon schwieriger. Halber ist ein bisschen lächerlich, wenn ich damit Probleme hätte. Hallo Betty. Betty, 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 Betty.
Here we go! Down they go!
Don't mess with us.
Ja, gut. Was wieder in diesen Viechern alles drin ist. Bin ja gespannt mal, was jetzt hier der Grund ist, warum der Mechanical abgehauen ist. Ob er jetzt irgendwo noch eine seltsame Kuh gefunden hat oder so. Oder ob der auch gehackt wurde.
Commander, you ever wonder why they put lights on our armor?
No, Trooper.
What about these tubes poking out everywhere?
No. Trooper, stop asking stupid questions.
Sorry, Commander.
Das ist schon eine gute Frage. Vermutlich hat irgendwer das designt, diese Rüstung, und fand sie total cool und alle fanden sie auch cool, aber dann haben sie gefragt so, practical speaking, why do they look like that? Okay. Ich weiß nicht warum, aber...
That's smart. Nice one.
Ah, my legs! Oh!
What?
So it ain't the boyfriend after all. Color me shocked.
So.
Here we go!
And that's how it's done, Captain?
No cacaos detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker.
Okay.
Rebooting. No cacaos detected nearby. Returning to slug maintenance worker.
What? Sag mir jetzt aber bitte nicht, dass wir die begleiten müssen. Wir rennen einfach mal zum Händler rüber und wir schauen mal, was passiert. Was, die war 100 Meter von ihr entfernt? Uff. Uff.
Hey, I almost can't believe it. Betty found her way back. Here I was thinking I'd never see her again.
One malfunctioning mechanical as promised, she was trying to milk cannons.
Oh, Betty, you big goof! What were you thinking in that little metal noggin of yours? You nearly worried me to death. And ain't you just the most reliable freelancer in the colony? Let me just take a look at Betty here and we'll talk about payment. Yep, that's right. Her parameters for movement and target acquisition are a mess. I'll bring her back to the garage and get her sorted out. Since Betty's back safe and sound, I'll be sure to let my coworkers know that you're a good one. Here's some money for your effort. Least I can do to show my thanks.
Try to keep an eye on her this time. Alright then, don't let cannons nip you on the way out.
I won't.
Weiß nicht. Die scheint nett zu sein. So, das heißt, wir haben jetzt auch das gemacht. Und dann lass doch mal hier Penthouse. Dann mal die Auflösung der 4 Quests mit Ludovico. Kann sogar noch speichern. Eigenen Save-File.
Inspector, I've just received word that Constable Keene is dead. Please tell me it isn't true.
She was murdered in her office.
Halcyon Helen, Leora Blossom, Maria Keene. There's a murderer on the loose, Inspector. You must stop them. I don't have Maria to count on anymore, so I'm counting on you.
Whoever murdered her used the needler.
The needler was among Helen's belongings. Whoever stole it must have been able to slip in and out of the hotel. Maria was my sole representative in Cedric's territory. The entire hotel staff is on his payroll. Any one of them could have killed her on his behalf.
Yay!
Oh, Benzi, vielen Dank für deinen Raid. Herzlich willkommen, wie geht's dir? Herzlich willkommen an alle neuen Zuschauer, Zuschauerinnen. Schön, dass ihr dabei seid. Wir spielen gerade wieder The Outer Worlds. Und wir sind jetzt gerade am Bericht erstatten. Wir haben jetzt die 4... die 4 Kernverdächtigen verhört, haben herausgefunden, was mit denen los ist. Und klären das jetzt gerade auf. Und schauen mal, was hier rauskommt. Vermutlich werden wir noch den Rest vom Stream dran sitzen. Ich hatte ja eigentlich geplant, noch Cloudpunk zu spielen. Aber mir ist aufgefallen, dass es schon echt spät ist. Und dann machen wir lieber das hier zu Ende. Und anstatt dann jetzt noch bei Cloudcom drüber zu wechseln. Was ein bisschen schade ist. Ich hatte mich auf Cloudpunk gefreut. Geht gut, haben wir morgens gespielt. Bin etwas müde, deswegen ist jetzt schon Schluss. Ah, verstehe. Ah, ja. So. Genau. Dann wünsche ich euch allen auf jeden Fall, die jetzt gerade dazu gekommen sind, noch eine gute Unterhaltung mit uns. Wir schauen jetzt mal, wie es war. Ich bin mal gespannt. Kennt ihr denn die Outer Worlds schon? Ich meine, vermutlich habt ihr es schon ein paar Mal gesehen, wenn ihr hier rüber geradet wurde. Aber habt ihr es denn selber gespielt, ist die Frage. What's important to you?
Maria devoted her entire life to our vision. She was absolutely committed to our company, to our project. I promised myself I'd reward her after we launched Spectrum Brown. I'd make sure she was comfortable for the rest of her life. She was also our voice of reason. She was sensible, and I appreciated her advice. I never got to tell her that.
Just tell us that you love her. That's all right, you know. Bis jetzt noch nicht gespielt, habe schon einiges darüber gehört, gesehen. Es ist super, like seriously. Ich finde es voll super. Ich bin großer Fan. Hab mich gefreut, dass ich jetzt die beiden DLCs hier im Stream dann nochmal spielen konnte. Enough talk, I'll find whoever did this.
Make them suffer, Inspector.
Will do. I've managed to track down Black Ball Bertie.
I'm pleased to hear that. Bertie Holcomb is a valuable asset to the Rizzo's Rangers property. When Helen was murdered, Bertie was nowhere to be found. The timing of his disappearance is unfortunate.
Unfortunate and suspicious isn't a good look for Bertie. Even if he didn't kill Alan, but he's done some reckless things.
Oh, dear law. Please tell me there wasn't another woolly cow involved.
He vandalized company property by destroying a picnic. Well, okay, so you know about the cow.
Yes, I know about the woolly cow. Constable Keene had Bertie's teammates arrested for unauthorized inebriation of livestock. Bertie himself was nowhere to be found during the incident. Ironically, if Keene had arrested him, he'd have the perfect alibi. Be plain with me, Inspector. Do you believe Black Hole Bertie killed Helen?
I really don't.
I'm relieved to hear that. I happen to be something of a fan of the hack attack. I'd hate to see him processed for murder, but we need to be absolutely sure. I'd like you to continue your investigation. Notify me as...
By the way, Bertie agreed to stay at the Grand Colonial.
I appreciate that. I'd rather keep Bertie within the public eye than let him languish in a bar at the docks. I'll make my report of your investigation into Bertie.
I looked into Cedric.
Closely, I trust. Tell me what you found.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. He's got an alibi. He's a criminal boss. I can't trust anything he says. Ja, sagen wir das hier.
Smart. Nothing Cedric says in his defense can be taken in good faith. With that in mind, do you think Cedric was responsible for Helen's death?
Helen was making money for Cedric. I doubt he has a motive for killing her.
No motive. That's disappointing, because it's exactly the conclusion he'd want us to make. Unfortunately, even I don't have the authority to detain Cedric. His line of work is dangerous, though. There's always a chance for an accident.
Sorry to disappoint you, Luke. He's alive and well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I've already lost Dr. Blossom and Constable Keene, but at least Cedric's alive. The universe is a just place.
I've completed my investigation into Helen's poisoning.
Excellent. I trust you have a name for our poisoner.
Spencer Woolrich confessed to the crime.
Oh, I am disappointed. I'd always believed Mr. Woolrich a man of high character. It pains me to order the arrest and detention of someone I admired. I'd like you to continue investigating Helen's murder. You've found the poisoner, but her killer remains...
I finished my investigation into Jasmina Leyva, the prophet of...
Ms. Leyva earned that title, but not for the reasons you'd expect. The profit business has been profitable for the hotel. Not so much for Ms. Leyva's followers. So, tell me, what did you find?
I think she's a fraud and a cheat.
Ms. Leyva's techniques have no basis in modern science, but she makes bits hand over fist. If that makes her a fraud, then she's only as fraudulent as our corporate leaders.
Well, they
Does
are
the prophet
also
strike
fraud.
you as a reasonable candidate for Helen's murderer?
Maybe. She needs to be detained until I'm done with my investigation.
Arresting the prophet could spell the end of her career. But that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
I mean, she
Thank you
wanted
for
me
the
to
update,
arrest
Inspector.
her,
I'll
so...
include everything you've told me in my official...
Und das Problem ist, wir haben das jetzt alles gesagt und jetzt sollen wir sagen, wer der Mörder war. Das Problem ist, niemand davon war der Mörder. I know who killed Halcyon Helen.
I've been waiting for this. Tell me, Inspector, who killed Halcyon Helen?
You did? You did!
I beg your pardon. You think I killed Halcyon Helen?
I've got proof.
There's nothing to prove. I don't understand. Are you trying to make a mockery of justice, or are you really this incompetent? I expect you to deliver the name of Helen's killer. We're done.
He's not pretty defensive, Ludovico. Get something to hide.
I'm defensive, Inspector, because You're convinced I murdered Halcyon Helen.
Start investigations fast. I'm done playing along.
If you have no proof, then you have... Wait, don't move a muscle. Someone's just tripped my alarm. And my security defenses. And killed my patrols. The distillery is under attack. Someone's after me, Inspector. I need you over here right now.
Inspector? I thought you said my services were no longer required.
Forget what I said. I'm renewing your contract as of this moment. Damn it. Someone's interfering with my transmission. Can you read the...
Well. So guys, should we help him out or...
Whoever the real killer is, I got a feeling they're going after Mr. Ludovico. We need to catch up to him. Fast.
I guess, if we have to. Getting kind of tired of kicking my heels up in the penthouse all day.
All right. I got nothing going on.
We should definitely go. As for helping him, maybe we take the wait-and-see approach?
From the depths of Terra 2 to the heights of Eridanos, there's no mess that your SAM unit can't unstick, unclog, or unsully.
Think of this as an opportunity to teach Mr. Ludovico the importance of compassion.
Alright. Let's go kill some people that were unruly, I guess.
Aha! Always.
Exit. Thank you. Spannend. Ich muss... Weil das Ding ist, ich konnte niemanden davon sinnvoll irgendwie anklagen. Ich dachte mal, wir probieren es einfach mal mit ihm. So, also... Dann lass doch mal darüber rennen. Ach, das sind überall.
Here we go. Nice work. Want to make you smart.
So, ausnocken.
I just want to be your mess with us.
Falsche Brücke. Zu der Brücke. So, wir halten uns auch nicht mehr auf mit irgendwas looten, weil auch nichts mehr looten. Haben alles. Spannend, dass wir hier auf dieser Insel noch gar nicht waren, fällt mir auf. Und spannend, dass uns bisher noch niemand aufgehalten hat, aber da habe ich schon gesehen, irgendwelche Viecher sind gespawnt. Was Interessantes hier? Nö. Nö. So.
Here we go. Smile, damn you! Giving me the chuckles you are. Never.
I'll fix you right up.
So.
I am a storm.
That's the last of them.
So.
Gosh, it's actually kind of cheerful. Almost makes you forget they're probably hiding a terrible secret in there.
Yes, probably. Lass mal reingehen. Ich will jetzt das Ende sehen. Den großen... Okay. Continue. Okay. Ja, ist nie ein gutes Zeichen, wenn man eine Gegend betritt, wo man alles klauen darf. Sealed. Das man hier einen Hacking too low. Let's see about that. Logs. Help me inquire within. Help me, help me, help me, help me. Happy, happy, happy. Oh je. Okay. Ja, das sieht nicht so gut aus.
Welcome, valued patron, to our splendiferous source of spectacular spirits and sweets. Rizzo's is committed to bringing joy and happiness to our colony. Feel free to browse the various displays in front of you to learn about our humble facility and the wonderful products we provide.
You know, they say joy and happiness. It's really more like a dull complacency. Things are fucked. But you have enough spectrum and stop caring for a little bit.
Associated orchards are popular to harvest at peak edibility, making them a perfect base for a brewing process. Our refined distilling process has been honed by years of experience, not only efficient, but highly effective at bringing out the most powerful flavors from our ingredients. After beverages are ready, we bottle them up, ship them out straight to the thirstiest mouth in the colony. Nochmal Spectrum Brown. Frag mich, wie wir reinkommen. Ah, da drüben. Spectrum Brown, a bold and full-bodied spirit with earthy notes and this indescribable savory flavor dissolving into a hint brine, culminating in a bitter yet satisfying cocoa-adjacent aftertaste. It'll leave you smiling for days. If you're interested in trying this unique flavor sensation, proceed to the door to your right. Follow the path to the tasting room. Did you know that the facility doesn't just distill alcohol? We distill fuel right out of the atmosphere. Special flavor present in every bottle of Rhythm Spectrum vodka also gives a fuel its unique kick. Use the same canister to brew our beverage and store off. Ooh, ja. Das willst du haben. Raw Fuel und Getränke im gleichen Ding lagern. Munition, sehr gut. Das brauchen wir tatsächlich. Auch ein gutes Zeichen. Spectrum Brown, Spectrum Brown. Was ist denn das? Recharge. Schade. Scheint nicht so... nichts zu sein. Nicht so stark zu sein. Needler prop. This looks like a prop one used during the filming that took place on the set. Not much of a weapon. Still fragile to even pistol whip someone. Schade. House in Halland's monogram cigarette lighter. A lighter indescribable with the initials HH has featured prominently each of Halcyon Halland's starring roles. Oh, this? It was a gift from an old flame. Ha! Never leave home without it. Never know when it could save your life. Ich kann es leider nicht mitnehmen. Okay. Na gut, dann haben wir jetzt hier Studio gefunden. Das sealed. Dann verkaufen wir hier mal noch mal kurz Unsinn, damit wir unbelastet sind. So. Distillery. Beyond this door, we hope to make some of your wildest dream a reality as we give you a peek into the heart of this distillery. You can see it all before yourself, clear as crystal. Please refrain from sharing our secrets with unauthorized solicitors. Let's just keep this special experience between us.
Ah, I see you've stumbled upon a little peek into our distillery. These tanks are hard at work brewing the wonderful Rizzo's beverages you know and love, along with exciting new flavors like Rizzo's Spectrum Brown.
This ain't a distillery. This is just boiling alcohol. Where's the mash? What's collecting the distilling? Something ain't right here.
Okay.
Now that you've seen behind the scenes, I bet you're pretty thirsty. Well, not to worry. We have every flavor of Spectrum available to delight your palate. Please note that tour guests are limited to a maximum of 3 different Rizzo's flavor samples. All beverages must be consumed on the premises. Rizzo's is not responsible for gastronomic distress, mild hallucinations, or damage to your sense of taste.
We're on the job. We are on the job. Can I take mine to go?
Sure. Take whatever you like. 90 Proof. War hier schon mal eigentlich eine echte Distille? Wir waren ja schon mal da und tatsächlich, also wie halt auch die Naoki gesagt hat, es fehlt. You weren't there when I was earlier, yeah? Warst du? Woher kam die Leiche? Haben wir die Leiche vorhin ernsthaft übersehen? Noch sealed. Genau, das ist keine echte Tür. Das heißt, wir kommen hier auch gar nicht weiter. Von hier kommen wir zumindest nicht weiter. Eventuell müssen wir wirklich hier über die Dings springen. Können wir? Nee, können wir nicht. Aber hier führt keine Tür weiter. Bin ich gerade so dumm. I'm confused. Ich muss dahin. Aber keine Tür führt mich dahin. Jetzt bin ich ein wenig irritiert. Also ich hätte spätestens hier nach erwartet, dass wir irgendwo Interessantes hinkommen. Hätte ich vielleicht woanders reingemüsst? Geh mal raus. Ja, wir müssen andersrum eigentlich. Wir hätten gar nicht reingemusst.
Here they come! Kill confirmed! I just want to be your friend! Here I go!
So, ausnacken.
perfection.
I just want to be your friend.
But now you're dead and you can't be my friend anymore. And you know what? I'm a big fan of that, actually. So, dann gehen wir jetzt hier mal runter und schauen mal, was hier unten ist. Wait. You're supposed to be dead.
It's you. I had a feeling you'd catch up to me sooner or later, Inspector. I was just hoping you'd find me standing over the Administrator's corpse.
What in law's name? Halcyon Helen, how are you still alive?
Oh, is that Ludovico I hear? Perfect. I'm so glad he's still in the building. Would you mind letting him know I'm about to blow his whole operation to flinders?
No, that's a quick question. You want to explain how you're still alive?
Brace yourself, Inspector. You're about to learn the biggest secret in the Aetherwave industry. Halcyon Helen was never one person. I shared this role with my twin sister, Belinda.
That must have been her sister in the ballroom. I can't imagine what she's going through right now.
Belinda and I were the best kept secret in the business. Nobody could tell us apart. And certainly not a peevish, petty, miserable little worm like Quentin Ludovico. So when I discovered the truth, when I realized what Ludovico was about to unleash on this colony, Belinda paid the price.
Sorry about Belinda.
So am I. I'm sorry I wasn't there for her. I'm sorry I couldn't protect her. Killing the Administrator won't bring her back. But it'll feel good.
I have no regrets. I did exactly what I had to do. I'd do it again. If it means defending Halcyon's future, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Tell the truth, Ludovico. There's nothing safe about Spectrum Brown. You want to infest this entire colony with those disgusting parasites.
They're not parasites. These creatures are symbiotic life forms. They belong to the highest order of life form, capable of living in perfect harmony with humanity. The symbiotes evoke a feeling of joy in their host. A bliss so pure, so profound as to render the most exquisite recreational substance obsolete. Oh, don't you see, Inspector? I want to bring joy back to Halcyon. I want this colony to smile again.
That symbiotes. Seeing the way the infected behave.
A host only turns violent if they're carrying too many symbiotes, or if they see you as a threat. In its natural state, the relationship between symbiote and host is perfectly harmless. Listen to me. I never wanted to take a life, but I had no choice. I couldn't let anyone destroy this colony's only chance at real happiness. But what about Helen? What about all the innocent people she's killed?
No one I crossed off was innocent.
So, bin mal jetzt auf dem Weg ins Bettchen. Noch viel Spaß und gute Nacht. Danke, wer das hier. Schlaf du gut. Traum was Schönes. What was you in the labs? Killed Dr. Blossom.
Have you met Dr. Blossom? She was practically a reptile. A cold-blooded psychopath who toyed with human lives in the name of scientific advancement. Leora Blossom wasn't a person. She was a weapon in Ludovico's arsenal. You call it murder? I call it disarming my enemy.
I know you killed the Rangers mascot.
The mascot was a spy working for Ludovico. He was ordered to keep an eye on Belinda and I, and report back to his master.
You're being paranoid. I barely knew the fellow.
Don't try to deny it. Anywhere Belinda and I went, that mascot was there, just watching us with those cold, dead eyes.
Pretty sure he wasn't working for the administrator.
He was a Rizzo's employee. He belonged to Ludovico's horrible little family of grinning idiots. Dr. Leora Blossom, Maria Keene, that flackwit of a mascot. They were standing between me and Ludovico, so I did what I had to do. I went through them.
Did you kill Constable Keene? She was on your side.
She was on Ludovico's side. When she realized I was alive, she refused to stay silent. I gave Maria a chance. I told her about Belinda. I asked for her help, but she turned me down. She was honor-bound to report me to Ludovico. Maria had a duty to her company, and I had a duty to Belinda. We both did what we had to. But in the end, I was the faster shot.
Good enough.
You know what you need to do. Help me avenge Belinda. Help me put a stop to this.
Don't listen to her. Listen to me. Throw in with Helen and you destroy Halcyon's only chance at real happiness. Think of the future, Inspector. A lifetime of bliss and joy for every colonist in Halcyon. We can make that happen. How long I'm with you? Ludovico's out of his mind.
Wow. I can't believe we're running with Halcyon Helen.
We don't have a lot of time. We need to get out of here.
Not so fast. I've sealed the bulkhead doors. You're staying right where you are. I'm sorry to do this to you, Inspector. Truly I am. If it's any consolation, Helen has brought some remarkably powerful explosives. Your death should be instantaneous. Goodbye, Inspector. Helen, we won't meet again.
Damn it. He sealed us in, but I think I know another way out. Follow me and stay close.
Let's move. Okay. Sealed, Spectrum. Schnelllaut verkaufen.
Head through that door. There's another way out.
Got it. Inside voices.
There. I've opened that door for you. We're close to the exit. We made it. Nice work, Inspector. We may have put a stop to Ludovico's operations, but he's still at large. He's probably gone into hiding, so we're going to root him out.
What's the plan?
This entire complex has been exposed to those parasites. Law only knows how many they've infected. Most of them won't even know they're carrying a parasite inside of them. If they're showing symptoms, it's probably already too late. Boundless energy, insufferable joy, an almost saccharine attitude of optimism. Then just like that, parasites bursting out of their bodies, fat and wriggling with vital energy.
There must be some kind of pesticide.
You're a step ahead of me, Inspector. Clearly a woman of many talents. An airborne pesticide of some kind. I think you may be onto something. Let's meet back at your penthouse. We'll ready our next move.
I'll meet you there.
See you soon, Inspector.
Schauen, ob ich jetzt noch alle Fragen hätte stellen sollen. So. Penthouse. Mir fällt gerade auf, wie können wir immer noch hier rumlaufen, wenn Ludovico der Administrator von diesem Ding ist?
It's strange. When you walk through that door, I half expected to see Belinda. Belinda and I practically shared a life. Losing her feels like losing a limb. She's conspicuous by her absence.
Do you need a minute?
Thank you, but no. I can't grieve properly while Ludovico's still breathing. So let's see if we can't solve that problem first. We shut down Ludovico's distillation plant, but he's not gonna sit idly by. If he can't use Spectrum Brown to infect the colony, he'll resort to some kind of backup plan. I stole this formula from Dr. Blossom, a failed prototype of Spectrum Brown. Look at this. The prototype had the opposite effect, and actually made you immune to the parasites.
So your immune system could destroy the parasites before the larval stage.
Precisely. I see we're in your wheelhouse, Inspector. Or do you prefer Doctor? We're going to need 2 ingredients. A sample of essence of Sprat, and 1 intact pod of parasite eggs. Cedric's warehouse in the Perea spaceport almost certainly carries a batch of Sprat essence. As for the pod, I'd check the Wilderness Reserve if I were...
Oh, you mean Sprat nucleons? They're commonly used in medical experiments.
I'm glad one of us is an expert. Most of what I know is based on Dr. Blossom's notes. Here's what I understand. Sprats have an adaptive immune system. They don't suffer from the diseases and parasites they carry. It's one reason why you'll see them in every corner of the colony. Dr. Blossom experimented with Sprats and accidentally discovered a way to become immune to the parasites. That's probably when she decided to switch to human testing.
Well, should be able to synthesize an effective antiparasitic.
You're a scientist and an inspector? You really are full of surprises. I borrowed a centrifuge from the research lab. Used the ingredients to synthesize an antiparasitic.
Easy enough.
I'm glad I could count on your expertise. Once you're finished, head to the pilot house. We'll hijack the control system and disperse the cure into the atmosphere. That should kill off most of the parasites.
Let me borrow your needler.
Are you worried I'm gonna shoot you in the back?
I'm already doing all the work. I deserve to feel like an eighth-wave hero.
You're right. You do deserve the spotlight. Here. You take good care of my needler, and it'll take good care of you.
Thanks.
There is one other thing. While you're at Perea Spaceport, have a word with Cedric Kincannon. I know Cedric. There's nothing he wants more than it. Best of luck and...
I'll ask you about Belinda.
My inspector. Am I being questioned?
Not inspector anymore. Call me Hawthorne.
All right. Hawthorne it is. Belinda and I shared the role of Helen. But she was also the only person who knew the real me. To the rest of the colony, I'm Halcyon Helen. But to my sister, I was just Ruth. I could be myself around Belinda. And she could be herself around me. She was my only sister, but she was also my only friend.
People know you, Ruth Bellamy. Was it hard for Belinda to keep herself secret?
No. Belinda enjoyed the secrecy. She could slip into the role of Halcyon Helen, attend social events on my behalf, perform a few stunts, deliver a few lines. And then, when she grew tired of all the people and all the attention, all she had to do was slip out of the role and be my sister again. She was the secret twin. She had a comfortable life in the shadows, an easier life. I made sure of that.
She was important to you. If I were you, I'd want revenge too.
What I want is my sister back, but I'll settle for killing Ludovico.
Nobody else knew you had a twin sister?
Parents, naturally. An agent, a couple of directors. None of them had any reason to reveal the truth. To them, Helen was a brand. Revealing our secret meant damaging that brand. Damaging that brand meant losing money. Nobody in this colony wants to lose money. Belinda and I saw Helen as an act of theatric sleight of hand. We enjoyed the deception, the challenge. We wanted to see how far we could go.
Say you went pretty far. You two became Halcyon's best paid stars.
And if I hadn't underestimated Ludovico, you and I probably wouldn't be talking about Belinda in the past tense. We wouldn't be talking about her at all. It should have been me in that ballroom. Belinda died because I was careless. Never mind that. If you've got something else to ask me, now's the time.
That's all I wanted to know.
I'm glad I could satisfy your curiosity.
Ja. Was ich tatsächlich noch so ein bisschen Interesse hätte, was mich, wer von den beiden war mit Black Hole Blood zusammen? Exit. So. So, komm, wir geben auch Pavati den Needler. Ist jetzt seine Freude daran. Der Needler. Mal schauen, ob sie damit überhaupt Schaden macht. Das weiß ich leider nicht. Aber sie hat daran so Freude, der Held zu sein. By the way. Ich würde jetzt noch mal gerne probieren, in dieses A2-Zimmer zu kommen. So. Ich brauche die A2-Card. Aber wo kriege ich die her? Das ist das Seltsame, was ich nicht verstehe. Noch zu nah. So. Schnellreise. Rein in den Bunker. Wir wissen ja, da unten gab es von den Eiern.
Great work.
Warte mal, warum ist sie... Ach so, ja. Der Administrator wird vermutlich sehr wenig getan haben, sie da sich festzunehmen. Okay. Okay, von dort können wir nicht schnell reisen. Gehen wir schnell hier raus. Oder können wir jetzt von hier schnell reisen? Nee, immer noch nicht. Gehen wir hier raus. Und dann... Paris Spaceport. Reden wir mal mit Cedric. Holen ihn noch auf unsere Seite.
Incoming!
I can't hear you laughing!
That one! Smile, damn you!
I just wanted to make you. Oh yeah, that's funny.
Right?
You got it, Captain!
Let's turn that frat. I just want to be your friend! I just wanted to make you smile! Not gonna let no one bring me...
Oh, get it out!
To shreds, you say?
Not gonna let no one bring me down.
I see a nail!
Not gonna let no one bring me down.
Never felt so damn good in my life. I just want to be your friend.
I just wanted to make you smile.
Okay. Hier ist ein bisschen Unordnung. Warum auch immer hat Cedric seine Spezialwaffe hier gelassen. Dafür klauen wir ihm sein Whisky.
I just wanted to make you smile.
Dann gehen wir mal hier rein.
Law, how'd you get in here alive? You are alive, yeah? And not a one of them? No, you look clean. Good. You'd better get inside with the others.
Mhm. Hi, dude.
Inspector, you made it. Well done. I'm afraid you may find the spaceport is, at the moment, less hospitable than usual. My apologies. Regardless, you must have some purpose here. Do tell.
Ludovico is behind everything. Will you help me take him down?
Oh, my. You mean Lou was up to no good this whole time?
Can you be smug later, please? It is urgent.
I may hold you to that. But tell me, why should I help you, Inspector?
You're joking.
I am. Forgive me. Humor as a coping mechanism in tense situations. You understand. You can expect Slug's support. I'll arrange for my agents to meet you at the distillation station.
Tell them to bring their best weapons and any personal issues they'd like to work out through violence.
I'll do that. I think one of our checkpoint guards is going through a divorce. As thrilled as I am to assist you in taking down Lou, we have barricaded ourselves in here for a reason. I imagine you have a plan for getting out of the spaceport safely?
I'm going to disperse an parasitic. It's almost ready.
Are you really? Inspector, you are a marvel. Excellent work. I'll admit, I'm awfully fond of my agents. To see them restored will be a great weight off my soul. Thank you.
That anti-parasitic I mentioned, I need essence of Sprat for it.
Coincidentally enough, Slug can supply you with essence of Sprat. Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman, you remember her? There's a package on the desk in her office. You'll find the essence of Sprat you need in there.
Convenient. Who ordered... Hold on, you told me you don't believe in coincidence.
You're right. I don't. Now then, is there anything else I can do for you while you're here?
Dat is al van Daarvoor moet ik irgendein listing device meer dran.
Ugh, essence of Sprat? Why would anybody keep a vial of... Never mind, I don't want to know. Hey!
Just so you know, I took the essence of Sprat off your desk.
Is that what it was? It just showed up in one of our shipments, but I couldn't find a record of anyone ordering it. Say, what's it for?
I'm working on an anti-parasitic to reverse the infection.
No kidding. Gosh, I hope it works. A lot of good people have been infected. Also, thanks for getting the essence of Sprat off my desk. That stuff reeked.
How are you holding up?
Can't complain. Still slug-free. That is, I'm still slug, obviously, but I haven't been slugged. You know what I mean.
Yeah. So safe.
You too, Inspector.
Sie ist ja schon irgendwie niedlich. Autsch. So. Wollen wir doch mal hier das Ende zuführen. So, eigentlich, was? The Bird Drug. Penthouse. Centrifuge. Examine the sign of the device. Rizzo's laboratory centrifuge, no training required. All Rizzo's laboratory equipment has been designed for use by an unskilled worker. Insert ingredients, push button, watch it spin. People like the label. You see another small label on that one. It reads discontinued model, Space's choice propriety technology. Okay. Sprints of air smells vaguely like the resting go in the groundbreaker or possibly the cantina in Edgewater. It's difficult to place, but your ice water all the same. The parasitic egg sinking in the concoction sizzling, you activate the centrifuge. The device does it work without any conditional input from you. A swirl of bright colors attaining your eyes. And a few moments later you hear a bright chime. Leave it alone. Okay, so we've done that.
Aha!
Dann gehen wir hier raus. Und dann springen wir noch rüber. Schnell zum Pilothaus war's. Genau. So. Ich bin sehr froh, dass wir das jetzt alles nicht laufen mussten. Oh, nee.
Something's bumming me out.
Incoming! Got it! Solid kill!
Yeah, that's funny.
Here goes nothing.
I'm out of ammo! Never felt stiff in my life. Damn, but we're good.
Oh, wait. We actually... Oh, damn. Der hat uns tatsächlich... Upsala. Wir haben auf die falsche Person geschossen. La 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 la. La la la. Upsila. Da waren wir ein bisschen kühlmütig. Nein, was? War seriously? Wir haben jetzt nicht gespeichert? Ach so, doch. Wir haben nur unseren Quicksave nur seit Ewigkeit nicht mehr gemacht. Okay. War gerade so irritiert, so, Moment mal, was? Wird nicht gespeichert? So ein Unsinn. Okay, Pilot House, so. Nochmal, wir speichern, machen noch Quicksave drüben und dann... Genau, weil die sind unsere Freunde.
I see it now.
Don't mess with us.
Okay. Ich brauche eigentlich ein bisschen Muni. Na, Resource Security. Alle okay hier. Rein ins Navigation Deck. Das ist voll der... Voll die coole Location für einen Fight. Warum haben wir hier noch keinen Fight gehabt? Nee, was?
Greeting protocols suspended. All non-essential protocol. Phaeton is standing by for larval compound dispersal.
What's the status?
Reactor stable.
Load anti-parasitic.
Affirmative. Dispersing. Incoming message from Rizzo's distillation station.
What have you done? What in law's name have you done? You hijacked our atmosphere. Are you trying to kill us all? No. You're trying to kill my symbiotes. I'm not going to let you destroy everything I've built. I can still fix this. I can undo the damage you've done.
End of transmission.
Okay. Ludovico scheint nicht mehr so Fan von mir zu sein. Seltsam.
Yay.
Und Fackel, vielen, vielen Dank für deinen Raiden. Herzlich willkommen. Wie geht's dir denn? Und auch hallo Paul.
Yay.
Und ein Raid von Ustra. Vielen Dank, Ustra, für deinen Raid auch. Wie geht's euch denn? Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen wunderschönen Among Us Killabend. Und habt jetzt noch Bock ein bisschen auf das Ende von dem Murder on Eridanos DLC. Ich liebe hier. Oh. Es war ein Vergnügen. Sehr schön. Ich finde spannend, dass die Security mir nichts will. Weil eigentlich hätte ich jetzt erwartet, dass, naja, weil der Chef jetzt gegen uns ist, die Truppe auch gegen uns ist. Für manche mehr, für manche weniger. Das klingt ja so... Ja. Und vielen Dank auch SS Paul und Prototype für den Raid bzw. Host. So, warte mal, ich muss mal kurz mein Handy hier auf die Ladestation stellen. Gerade gemerkt, dass es so ein bisschen...
Here they come. Down they go.
So, und Prototype, vielen Dank für den Follow und herzlich willkommen, ganz offiziell auch in unserem Game Lab. Schön, dass du jetzt Teil davon bist.
Everyone all right?
So. So. Ustroyer, willst du etwa sagen, dass du etwas öfter zerschreddert wurdest? Sag bloß, der böse Fackel war's. Falke, Fackel, fast dasselbe. Tomato, you know. So, genau. Hier wäre die... Ist das schon wieder sealed?
Me?
Incoming!
Good you happiness? Never felt so...
Hallo, gucken, ob die sterben. Dankeschön.
I'll fix you right up!
Community. Ah, bist du etwa auch das Game Lab? Ich habe einen Grund dafür, dass ich das Game Lab hier bin. Weil zu Beginn habe ich immer so einen, habe ich eigentlich immer einen Kittel getragen. Hier, komm, du tot. Du tot. Alle tot. Sehr schön. Also ich meine, der ist auch noch, immer noch hier. Normalerweise habe ich ihn eigentlich in meinen Stuhl gehängt, aber Prototypes Laboratories. Ich meine, ich habe den Kittel immer noch da. So. Na, wisst ihr was? Dann ziehen wir den jetzt auch noch kurz das Ende an. Das passt auch ganz gut. Wir sind ja jetzt eigentlich hier gerade in der Distille, in dem Labor. Und wollen hier mal noch kurz das Ende von dem Spiel hier machen. Ach ja, ich habe, also falls ihr das Spiel auch kennt, ne, habe ich, wie ihr seht, eher den Look von Stylo gewählt. Also mein eigener Charakter sieht auch eher stylisch aus mit den schicken Brillengläsern, anstatt dass wir die fette Rüstung haben. Fette Rüstung haben wir auch dabei für, falls es mal nötig ist. Aber meistens sind die dicken Waffen auch schon stark genug, dass wir es nicht brauchen. Und also habe ich gesagt so, ach fuck it, dann ein bisschen, damit es wieder ein bisschen überhaupt irgendwie schwerer wird. Genau, dann dachte ich so, ja komm, dann machen wir uns wenigstens ein bisschen Handicap, ansonsten ist ja langweilig.
Great work.
So, reparieren wir noch alles. Danke. Genau, ich meine am Ende des Spiels, also das ist der Eridanos DLC. Der ist sehr, sehr cool. Hallo. Oh, Veggie, vielen Dank für den Raid und herzlich willkommen. Wie geht's dir denn? Ich hoffe doch wunderbar. Ja, warte, hier müssen wir kurz die andere Brille anziehen, damit wir hacken können. So. Genau, Prototype. Ich schätze mal, du warst auch mit bei der Among Us-Runde. Und hallo Smarling Limpet, wie geht's? Hitze macht kaputt, verstehe ich. Wir haben glücklicherweise gerade einen Sturm gehabt, das heißt bei uns wird es jetzt sehr, sehr abgekühlt haben. Ich werde jetzt noch warten, bis ich hier alle Lichter ausmachen kann, damit ich dann nicht so die Insektenparty hier drin haben will. Ach, DLC, ja gut, die habe ich noch nicht. Habe auch gerade erstmal den dritten Anlauf im Game und den Start. Und gerade den Startplaneten verlassen, sehr cool. Und was für einen Ansatz hast du denn für, was? Increase Pressure Levels? Please watch your package. Ah, okay. Ich glaube, wir haben jetzt gerade aus Versehen ein paar Leute gekillt. Pff, witzig. Lülülü.
I just want to be your friend.
Yes, and I want you dead. So now the question is, who has the bigger weapon?
Oh.
You or I?
I just wanted to make you smile.
Here we go.
Nice one.
Don't mess with us.
Bob needs to be just in English. Oh, it needs to be. Oh yeah. Well, hello, Smarting Limpet. Nice of you to drop by.
Hey, keep him quiet.
Hope you had a great evening with my good friend Veggie. Hat alles, was nebenbei geht. Hab den Fabrikleiter zu verlassen überzeugt. Schade, dass die Leute. Ach so, dass die Leute, die Lady mit dem Werkzeug die Stadt leitet. Autsch. Ich weiß gerade gar nicht mehr, was ich gemacht habe. Muss ich zugeben. Autsch. Please do not hurt me. I am very squishy. So. Warte mal, wo konnte ich denn ursprünglich hin? Ich bin jetzt irgendwie in den Raum reingegangen. Ach so, ich bin hier reingegangen. Ich hätte eigentlich hier durch können. Hallo? Nee. Hallo? Nee. Kannst nicht mehr mal. Das Spiel ist ja voll der Rip-Off von Last. Ja, woher das wohl kommt, ne?
Inside those vats? I am never touching Spectrum again.
You. Ja, also genau, für die Leute, die es noch nicht wissen tatsächlich, die Entwickler von diesem Spiel sind Obsidian. No, how about you die? Genau, die sind die Entwickler von Fallout, Las Vegas oder New Vegas. So. New Vegas, so hieß das, okay.
Everyone all right?
Good. You. So. Ach so. Kopf geschissen, also. Ich gehe mal in den Lurk und schau ein bisschen frisch Luft bis nachher. Mach das, mach das. Das ist ein Auftragsstudio und haben viele Sequels gemacht, die teilweise besser als die Originale waren. Ja, also von daher, die haben schon solide Arbeit gemacht. Und jetzt haben sie dann endlich die Chance bekommen, von Private Division ihr eigenes Spiel zu machen. Und ich denke, haben sie gute Arbeit gemacht. Solide geworden. Solider erster Titel. Natürlich mit Potenzial für Verbesserung. Also definitiv. Also ein paar Sachen waren noch nicht so ausgereift, aber all in all. Not just another brick in the wall. Wait. Nee, also ein paar Sachen, also so, es waren noch, also teilweise so einfache Sachen, wo ich mir denke, so, warum reagiert niemand darauf, dass ich Dinge klaue? Like, seriously, why? Schlaft ihr hier? Und Prototype, ja, das habe ich auch gemacht. Ich habe die auch alle gesammelt. Also auf meinem Schiff sind tatsächlich super viele von diesen Unique-Waffen mittlerweile
Oh,
gesammelt.
that's a long fall. Don't look down, Cap.
Ach ja, genau. Was ist dein Lieblingscompanion? Prototype. Mein Lieblingscompanion ist ja definitiv Parvati. Parvati ist die allerbeste. Die kriegt alles von mir.
Look out!
Solid kill. I just wanted to make. You
auch mal eben einen Lurk. Das Essen. Mach das, mach das. Komm hier, Mallorca, machen wir mal wieder.
I am a snow! Get off! I see a nail!
Genau. Mal wieder knocken.
Trying to infect me with your... I just wanted to make you smile!
I just want to be your friend!
So, ist jetzt hier mal Ruhe. Dankeschön.
Nicely done.
Sealed. All right. Okay. Everything is repaired. Examine. Everything seems to check out in this tank, but I'm not exactly sure if the liquid is leaking. It's supposed to be glowing or not. I'll have to send this up to the corporate to see if we are working on bioluminescent spectrum flavor or something. Vermutlich nicht. So.
Hey, Captain. Whatever happens, I just want you to know. I've always got your back.
Didn't say like you're going to die.
I'm glad Miss Helen's alive, but she's hurting on the inside, Captain. Anyone with eyes can see that.
No, I know.
Well, the deranged actress is better than the deranged scientist, I suppose. Just another day in Halcyon, huh?
I'm sure she's deranged. She just wants revenge for her sister.
Revenge digs 2 graves, Captain. Hell, in her case, more like a dozen. I get it. Lesser of 2 evils and all that. I just wish there were a bit less murder going on in Halcyon. Only so many of us left.
I know. Ich meine, wir tragen gerade unseren großen Teil zu Murder bei, aber reden wir hier nicht. Es wäre ja kritisch, wenn wir das täten. Bisschen Munition mitnehmen. Dankeschön. Oh, Ludovico.
Yes, I know you're hungry. Be patient. I'll feed you soon enough. Just a guest. The one I told you about. The inspector. Welcome. We were just talking about you.
There's someone behind you. Something.
You and I are standing in the presence of royalty. Don't worry. You'll meet her soon enough. I know what you've done. Hijacked Phaeton. Contaminated the air we breathe with your poison. You think you've saved this colony. All you've done is robbed Halcyon of its last chance at real happiness. And you've angered my queen.
I know you're about to start a monologue. I don't care. To the old companions. Am I the only one tired of listening to this guy?
Nope.
Not even a little.
Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to feed you to the queen, and then I'm going to find a way to repair the damage you've done. Don't be afraid. She can smell fear, and it makes her absolutely ravenous. Your Highness.
Ew.
Dinner is served.
You.
Wait. No, not me. Them! Merciful law!
Stop!
Well, alright, I guess.
Here goes nothing.
Komm, hier, Fähigkeit nach Fähigkeit. Ja, okay, schießt da nochmal wieder eine Salve rein. Ich muss zugeben, ich könnte auch, also ohne die Animation dazu die ganze Zeit, oder werden halt. Okay, ich glitsche die Frau ganz in der Gegend. Ist schon ein bisschen witzig. Komm. Ja, komm. Yeah. Ah, noch nicht? Uff. Administrator Ludovico. Hier, tot. Alright. That was something, I guess. Access machinery controls. Steampunk ventilation class is hazardous.
This machinery cluster is now active. Please exercise caution.
Oh. We could have saved someone's time. Oh well. I guess.
Damn, you got some nimble fingers.
This machinery cluster is now active. Please exercise caution.
Speak with Harlan's, talk to Cedric. Let's talk to everybody, I'd say.
Great work.
This machinery cluster is now active. Please exercise caution.
Great work.
Es ist schön. Hinterlassen wir noch ein schönes Problem für alle Leute. Wer bist du denn?
You made it. I guess happy customers really are repeat customers. Here, I had something I wanted to give you. This is a golden ticket. Good for one free tour of the Purpleberry Orchards. This is my way of showing you that I appreciate you just for being alive.
Stand still. I'll put you out of your misery.
No!
I'm dying to death!
Nice down and go!
Okay. Ich bin jetzt irritiert gewesen. Was war denn das für eine... Super seltsam. Ah, jetzt sind wir hier. Wait, what? Ach, hier können wir. Okay. Sind wir jetzt hier endlich mal raus aus dieser Anlage? Mhm.
Here they come.
There they go! You had me there! Who's laughing now? I just wanted to make you smile!
Genau. Mach den mal wieder aus. Dankeschön.
Everyone all right? I just wanted to make you smile.
And I don't like you, so... We'll see. So. Also das gesamte Ende war ja sehr, sehr foreshadowed. Muss man schon sagen. Also die ganze Zeit diese Comics mit der Dissident Queen und den ganzen so Kram. Also heavy foreshadowing.
I must have dreamed up 100 different ways to kill Ludovico. I'll be honest, eaten alive by the queen of the brain slugs wasn't on that list.
You sound disappointed.
Is that so strange? I imagined this moment would be a little more cathartic. But Belinda's still gone, and I don't feel all that different.
Give it time. Revenge won't bring your sister back. Revenge won't bring your sister back.
I know. You're right. I can't go back to the way things were. I can't return to my old life because it was never my life to begin with. It was shared. Never mind, you don't need to listen to this. Thank you again for your help, Captain. I never would have made it this far without you.
Boah. Was? Ich hätte gerne was anderes gesagt.
You've done us a great service here, Inspector. You have my gratitude.
That's it?
It all worked out in the end, wouldn't you say, Inspector?
That's it? Wow, das ist jetzt wirklich traurig. Party. Naja, okay. Wir gehen. So, lass mal mit Ada reden und dann schauen wir mal.
Welcome back, Captain. Or shall I call you Inspector? What can I do for you?
I'm not the inspector anymore. I finished Eridanos' job.
During your absence, I passed the time by simulating a number of hypothetical conclusions to this case. Unfortunately, my understanding of the facts is limited, and my appraisal of the individuals involved is not flattering. Therefore, my conclusions are inaccurate.
Alright, humor me. Who do you think killed Halcyon Helen?
My simulations have yielded several possible causes of death. Halcyon Helen may have been killed by one or all of the following: asphyxiating on Rizzo's Spectrum Brown, grappling with a primal while inebriated, killed by an overzealous fan, death by automechanical, or profound loneliness. How close were my estimations?
Why don't I just tell you what happened?
Please, do so.
Already killer was Administrator Ludovico.
Administrator Ludovico killed Halcyon Helen? I have been programmed to simulate contempt and mild surprise. Mr. Ludovico had the audacity to hire you to solve a murder he committed? I am contemptuous and mildly surprised. This information is valuable to me. I will update my behavior simulation protocol accordingly. Thank you, Captain.
No problem.
How can I be of assistance?
Talk to you later. Okay. Und damit haben wir fast alles erledigt hier, was in der Sidequest drin ist. Wir haben nicht die Formel an den Typen weitergegeben, weil der irgendwie geht mir auf den Sack. Und wir haben leider nicht den Weg in Room A2 gefunden. Ich weiß nicht mal warum. Ich werde das mir dann vermutlich nachher nochmal durchlesen. Aber genau, das war's dann für heute. Vielen, vielen Dank, dass ihr dabei wart. Wechseln wir mal hier.